Welcome, distinguished panelists, invitees, and members of the public. Today, we are gathered for the webinar, International Migration and Social Change at a Global Turning Point. My name is Scarlett Biedron, and I am an undergraduate student at the University of Miami in the Department of Sociology. I have the honor of being moderator for this event. Preparing a webinar like this takes immense time, effort, and expertise. We begin by expressing our appreciation to both Alejandro Portes and Margarita Rodriguez as leading organizers of this event and the intellectual forces behind its conceptualization. The substantive contribution of the distinguished panelists will be invaluable. The sponsorship of the Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas, the University of Miami Sociology Department and Law School has been critical for the materialization of this event. I am honored to introduce Felicia Nall and Alex Piquero for the welcoming remarks. Felicia Marie Nall is the director of the Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas, professor at the Miller School of Medicine, and member of the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center. Dr. Nall maintains a strong and synergistic global program of research and advocacy anchored in Mexico, where she is senior economist at the Mexican Health Foundation. She is also the founding president of Mexico's Tomatelo a Peco, a nonprofit agency that promotes research, advocacy, awareness, and early detection of priority issues for the health of women. Alex Piquero is a widely recognized expert of criminology, the chair of the sociology department, and he also holds several other academic appointments in the United States and abroad. He has published over 400 peer-reviewed articles in the areas of criminal careers, crime prevention, criminology theory, and quantitative research methods, and has collaborated on several books. He has also worked on immigration-related issues. Without further delay, it is my honor and my privilege to introduce Dr. Nall and Dr. Piquero for the welcoming remarks.
Scarlett, thank you so much. And having our students engaged via Zoom and in every other way in our academic pursuits and our work to make our world a little bit better place for so many to live in is what this university is all about. So thank you for your continued engagement and for your participation and for coming forward at this early point in your career to be a leader in this field. We look forward to seeing all that will come in the future. Let me say that thank you very much for reading that curriculum. What makes me most pleased and proud to be able to be here is actually that I am the daughter of a migrant and the daughter of a migrant refugee who lived through a genocide. That is probably the appropriate set of credentials, so to speak, for having the honor of being able to be part of what you're going to produce today, which is knowledge, again, that I believe will make our world a somewhat better place in the future. I want to welcome all of the participants and all of the people who are with us in the audience today on behalf of the University of Miami and on behalf of our Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas. As Scarlett mentioned, we're very grateful to the School of Law and to our Department of Sociology for supporting this event alongside our institute. Margarita Rodriguez, face I see right here, thank you so much for putting in every single day since we have decided to do this, so many hours of your work, and to have brought together so many to be together on this day. I am very proud and very pleased that we're going to be able to host 4 timely and scholarly panels that you'll get to see in the agenda as you go through the day until later in the afternoon. But really my job this morning is to acknowledge Professor Alejandro Portes. He is one of the world's foremost scholars of sociology. And on behalf of the president of the University of Miami and our provost, I want to say that it is an honor and it is a privilege to have Professor Portes as a member of the UM community, or as he says, of the claustro. In addition to driving forward the Institute's migration work, Professor Portes has been an integral part of making the Institute come to where it is today. Since its inception, he's been a key advisor and he chairs our faculty advisory committee, as well as serving as one of our most important and integrated voices in the external advisory committee. Year after year, one of the things that has made the Institute truly stand out is that we have been able to host the launch of one of his books. And this is a testament to his dedication to the University of Miami, but also an indication of his incredible productivity as a scholar. Alejandro has made migration a key pillar of our Institute's research agenda over the past 2 years. This started when the Institute organized in November 1st of 2019, which seems like a different world, but was only just under a year ago, a workshop with support from the Provost's office. We had more than 70 faculty from across all of the schools and all of the different parts of our university, and many graduate students who demonstrated their interest in catalyzing an effort around migration research at the University of Miami. As a result of this overwhelming demonstration of interest expressed by the faculty and the students, President Frank then invited Professors Portes and our very close and good friend Thomas Freika to establish a visionary line of research and also capacity building in migration. I want to say how grateful we are to Professor Freika, who helped to establish this work and will continue to be engaged as a distinguished scholar and friend of the University of Miami, and who will be doing that without being able to lead from going forward, as he's in a phase of his life where he's working on trying to be retired, and we're trying hard not to let him do that, to be letting Alejandro continue, and I will be supporting him in any way I can, as well as the Institute. But going back to what happened after that event in November of 2019, it led to, as many of you know, an important symposium on May 20th, Children of Immigrants and the Age of Deportation. Let me say how much the symposium meant to me and to the Institute. What I was expecting was actually a very scholarly event in which I was afraid that we might not have a large enough audience, and quite the opposite happened. What struck me was the melding that I saw of heart, of souls, and of minds. And I have seldom seen such a wonderful melding of what I often turn to and say is evidence-based advocacy combined with advocacy-inspired evidence. The cause we share in the face of COVID-19 is getting worse, it is not getting better, and so our work must continue. There was a very, very special issue of ethnic and racial studies that came out of the work that was presented in that symposium, Children of Migrants in the Age of Deportation. And there is a book that I understand that's not already available, will very soon be available. I was checking on Amazon last night, but I'm never sure that Amazon is exactly the best source. But what I want to highlight is that Alejandro and Dr. Patricia Fernandez Kelly, who co-lead this, gave this one of what the most important titles I think they could have thought of. And I remember when Alejandro presented this to the president and I, we were both incredibly struck. It's called The End of Compassion. But that contrasts so deeply with the compassion that I've seen presented in these colloquium and through the work that you are doing and the way that I know the rest of the day will proceed. So all that I have left to say is a couple of thank yous. I'm looking forward to being able to be part of the last panel of the day, but I want to thank a number of people at the University of Miami Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas, and also our IT team at the University of Miami. Brandon is behind the scenes, always supporting our work, but also in particular, Michael Graybiel, Lourdes Perez Castillo, Dore Ahern, and others have been really tirelessly making sure that this works. It isn't easy to convert from in-person events through to webinars and have them just keep coming with this speed. So I'm truly grateful for how much each of them is putting into making this possible. I've been asked to share one housekeeping matter that has turned out to be quite important, for social media, which is the recording of today's event. The entire event will be made available on our Institute's webpage, which is mia.as.miami.edu. Better said, mia.as.miami.edu. We'll be sharing that link later on today, but we'll also be pushing it out through social media. And I ask that we all do, because I think that is what makes this really a live event for weeks and months, if not years to come. Let me now turn the microphone over to Professor Alex Piquero, who we were grateful and pleased to welcome this fall to our University of Miami community as the new chair of the Department of Sociology and an Arts and Sciences Distinguished Scholar. Alex, over to you.
Thank you, Felicia. Good morning, everybody. It's hard to follow Felicia. She's an incredible speaker and great orator. So not much more I can do. And it's great. Thank you, Scarlett, for the wonderful introduction. Scarlett's also one of my students. And so it's really great to see the careers of students develop over time, and then you kind of see where they're headed. And so that's the best part, is everybody in this room knows of what academia is. Like Felicia, I am the child of immigrants. My mom and dad were Cuban political refugees. I dated in Havana, Cuba. And then Castro took power, and then they went away and immigrated to the United States. My mom through Miami, back when there was no South Beach the way it is today. And my dad through New York City. And they stayed in touch, writing letters when people actually wrote letters. Ended up in Washington, D.C., and the rest is history. So it's a real treat for me to be here as an institution, to have great colleagues. I have Alejandro Cortez down my hallway, which is a real treat. And also seeing old friends in the room, new people in the room, people who I've long admired as scholars as well as people. So this is a real great event. I will stop talking now and except say it's a real treat for me to be part of all this. And I'll stop talking and thank everybody for all the work they did, especially Margarita and Brandon, because all of the work that goes on behind the scenes, a lot of people in the world who are tuning in never see the sausage being made. So thank you both very much for all the work you do. So I'll turn it back over to Brandon, Alejandro, Margarita, and everybody else.
Thank you both. We now move to the first session, Dreams of Hegemony, Global Competition and its Consequences for the International Migration Regime. To those of you in the audience, there's a Q&A feature of this webinar. Feel free to ask questions at any point, and we will get to them at the end of each session. The distinguished panelists for this session are Min Zhu, who is a Walter and Shirley Wang Endowed Chair in U.S.-China Relations and Communications, and is the founding chair of the Asian American Studies Department at the University of California, Los Angeles. Her main research interests include international migration, ethnic and racial relations, immigration entrepreneurship, education, and the new second generation, Asia and Asian America, and urban sociology. Since 1992, when she published Chinatown, The Socioeconomic Potential of an Urban Enclave, she has written several books, either as a single author, co-author, co-editor, and numerous papers in academic journals. Also, Douglas Massey is a Henry G. Brandt Professor of Sociology and Public Affairs at Princeton University. His appointments also include the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs. Dr. Massey's research focuses on international migration, race and housing, discrimination, education, urban poverty, stratification, and Latin America, especially Mexico. He has authored, co-authored, and co-edited a wealth of books and papers on those subjects. His leadership trajectory includes Director of the Office of Population Research and the Program in Population Studies at Princeton University. He has been co-editor of the Annual Review of Sociology. Saskia Sassen is the Robert S. Lind Professor of Sociology at Columbia University, and she has co-chaired the Committee on Global Thought. Since the 1980s, she has been leaving a vast scholarly imprint in fields such as the study of global cities and socialization of globalization, for which her books and articles are unavoidable world-class references. Her work is interdisciplinary. In addition to sociology, Dr. Sassen's extensive body of work denotes vast command of international studies. Her books have been translated into more than 20 languages. She has won several prestigious awards, including the 2013 Prince of Austria's Prize in the Social Sciences. David Abraham is a professor of law at the University of Miami, teaching property, immigration and citizenship law, citizenship and identity, law and the transition to capitalism, and law and social theory. He has been widely published in each of those areas, as well as serving as a frequent media commentator for American, German, and Israeli newspapers and television. Dr. Abraham has been a visiting professor at Tübingen University in Germany, Deakin University in Australia, the École des Hautes Études in Paris, the Transitional Justice Institute in Belfast. He was UM's first fellow at the American Academy in Berlin, while there, working on a manuscript analyzing the transformation of citizenship in an era of neoliberal globalization. I turn it over to our first panelist, Min Zhu.
Thank you. Good morning, and thank you very much, Scarlett, for the nice introduction. I would also like to thank Alejandro Portes and Margarita at the University of Miami for organizing this timely and exciting Zoom conference. And I thank the IT people working behind the scene. I'm honored to speak first at the first panel entitled Dreams of Hegemony. I'm also honored and humbled to be in the company of my friends, Professor Douglas Massey and Professor Saskia Sassen. My remarks today will focus on discussing how changes in US-China relations affect cross-border migration from and to China. First, a few words to set the context. The United States has established itself as a dominant economic and military power after World War II. During World War II, it was China's ally and provided tremendous support for China winning the war against the Japanese. But disappointingly, the Chinese nationalists lost the war again, lost the Civil War, and China turned communist. After 1979, when the two countries normalized diplomatic relations, the US-China has been friends and enemies. The US supported China's economic reform while simultaneously perceiving China as an imagined or real threat to the US hegemony. When communist China was isolated from the outside world and caught in internal power struggle and economic distress in the first 3 decades of its founding, the US has already maintained and consolidated its dominant position as the world leader. At its rise in current years as a result of successful economic reform, China has aspired to become a world leader and has gained confidence in challenging the US hegemony. Even before COVID-19, the two countries have shifted gear to engage in confrontational and strenuous relationships. For example, China's territorial claims in the South China Sea, the implementation of the Belt and Road Initiative, and its aggressive effort in recruiting talent from the US via the 1,000 Talent Program are some of the causes for US concern. On the US side, trade disputes, especially pertaining to China's violation of the WTO agreement on licensing of intellectual property rights, intensifying espionage offensive, and the most recent tightening of policies regarding visas issued to visiting scholars and students from China, as well as the current mouth war over the sources of COVID-19 are central to US-China tension. Currently, the bilateral relations are at its worst time, and it is against this context that I turn my presentation to focus on two central issues. First, Worsening US-China relations and impact on Chinese skill migration. Chinese emigration is centuries old. Mass emigration from China dates back to the mid-19th century. Earlier Chinese immigrants were predominantly low-skilled labor from rural areas of 2 provinces in China. Contemporary emigration from China took off after China opened door for economic reform in 1979. Since then, China has become one of the largest source country of international migrants, largely due to its rapid economic development, relaxed immigration policy, and policies promoting student exchange and academic exchange. Contemporary immigrants to the US are vastly diverse in places of origin from all over China rather than from 2 traditional sending regions in South China. They also hail from diverse socioeconomic backgrounds where low skill labor and highly skilled professionals are both numerous. Since 2000, however, low skilled labor emigration from China has slowed down and highly skilled professional migration has increased rapidly to outnumber low skilled flows. This figure shows the trend of Chinese immigration to the US from 1960 to 2018 at an annual average of more than 60,000 since 2000, with no signs of declining. Most remarkable is the increasing flows of resourceful Chinese immigrants. Economic reform in China gave rise to a wealthy elite and a growing middle class seeking emigration for a better life, as well as an insurance policy. The resourceful Chinese immigration is from 2 main sources, one through student migration and the other through the migration of investors and entrepreneurs taking advantage of the EB-5 visa provision. So here is a figure showing that China takes the absolute lion's share of EB-5 visas. More than 3/4 of EB-5 visas went to Chinese in the 2010s. The United States has been considered by the Chinese the most preferred destination for migrant resettlement. It is also the #1 preferred destination for Chinese international students. Chinese skill migration is primarily a student-turned-migrant phenomenon. Since 2000, China has been consistently the top source country for international students in the US. For example, in 2015-16, the number of Chinese students reached a record high, comprising 1/3 of all international students in the US. The return rate for Chinese students in the US is the lowest that of other host countries. Upon graduation, the majority of them are recruited by US employers who sponsor their H-1B and then visa adjustment to permanent residency. So here is a figure showing the H-1B visa issuance. Although China is a distant second to India, most of the H-1Bs, granted to the Chinese were former students studying in the US. US employers can directly recruit from India, but not from China. In the global competition for talent, the US had an upper hand. Chinese skill migration supplies the much needed labor in today's knowledge economy. It is a known fact that in any high-tech companies and industries or university research labs, the visibility of Chinese immigrants is remarkable. Worsening US-China relations would make the US lose out in the global competition for talent. In particular, it would discourage Chinese students to come here to study and seek employment in the US upon graduation. However, such loss would not be to China, but to other countries in the global north. Blocking Chinese students from coming to the US would not stop Chinese talent migration, as the Chinese would go somewhere else, such as Canada, Australia, and Western Europe. In other words, brain loss or gain is not symmetrical to China. For Chinese immigrants and their native-born children and other Asian Americans as well, worsening bilateral relations would create new hardships, putting immigrants and those holding H-1Bs in a state of precariousness, such as employment insecurity, labor exploitation, and resettlement uncertainty. This is a situation more commonly experienced in receiving countries of restrictive immigration policy, and now in the US as well. Also, worsening bilateral relations would create barriers for immigrant integration, even among those of high socioeconomic status. Our research showed that Asian immigrants are stereotyped as good scientists and good engineers with no leadership quality. And as a result, they have continued to face the glass ceiling, or the bamboo ceiling in particular, in the labor market. They are US-born and US-raised children speaking perfect English, effortlessly adopting mainstream American cultural values, and even marrying members of the dominant group, are also stereotyped as simultaneously the model minority and the forever foreigner. They still have to constantly prove that they are truly loyal Americans, especially in times when US-China relations are sour. At the moment, they are vulnerable of being accused of stealing trade secrets and technology for China and treated as suspects of spying for China. Now, let me turn to the second issue I would like to discuss very briefly. That is China's aggressive pursuit of global power and implication for international migration from and to China. Since Xi Jinping came to power in 2013, China has become increasingly aggressive on the global arena, openly challenging the US leadership position and truly believe that it has the capacity to do so with money. One of the unintended consequences of this rivalry is the tremendous implication for international migration from and to China. Take China's Belt and Road Initiative, BRI, as an example. The Belt and Road Initiative is a global infrastructure development strategy adopted by the Chinese government under Xi. Since 2013, China has spent $200 billion with 138 countries that either launched or signed MOUs with China's BRI. Most of the BRI countries are developing or underdeveloped countries in the global south. We all know that capital and people flows are interrelated. If a country invests in another country, migration flows of people between the two countries would result. China is no exception. Two visible trends are worth pointing out here. First is emigration from China to the BRI country of the global south. I recently published a book on contemporary Chinese diasporas. In this study, we find that new Chinese migrants in Africa, Eastern Europe, the Middle East and Southeast Asia are on the rise. New Chinese immigrants in these new destinations are either workers of big or small Chinese companies or independent entrepreneurs. Because these new destination countries mostly have restrictive immigration regimes with limited paths to permanent residency and citizenship, many new Chinese immigrants are temporary migrants. I call them a new kind of sojourner because they are either transnationals or remigrants with no intention to return home. Many Chinese workers will later become independent migrants, running businesses in light manufacturing, service, and agricultural sectors of their host countries. A lot of them became successful through transnational entrepreneurship and engagement with China. As they have established themselves socioeconomically, I have one more slide. They seek to remigrate to the global south and resettle there. A common way is to send their children to study in developed countries as a long-term family strategy. The US is always their top choice for permanent residency. The second trend is migration to China from BRI countries, mostly from Africa, the Middle East, and Central China. The number of international migrants in China is relatively small, but geographically highly concentrated, such as in Guangzhou, my own hometown, and Yiwu of Zhejiang province near Shanghai. As China is not a country of international migration, it now confronts the challenges of international resettlement and integration. These new migrant trends from and to China are unique, but also common for South-South migrations. Patterns and outcomes of South-South migrations and integration have not yet been fully understood given the limitations of existing theories. Hence, a call for shifting thinking in theoretical paradigms and more methodological innovation. To conclude, at the present moment, COVID-19 seems to hold international migration in a standstill pattern. People are grounded, they are staying home and feeling safe at home, and they won't put themselves at risk by moving across borders. But this is an exceptional pattern. It's not normal, and we should get past with an effective vaccine, I hope. Far more significant are the impacts and actions of and the policies of nation states and international relations than already known. The pursuit of dreams of hegemony between the US and China would lead to unintended consequences affecting trends, patterns, and outcomes of migration and integration in ways insufficiently explained by established theories. Therefore, understanding international migration and social change at this historical juncture requires new and innovative development in theory, methodologies, and empirical research, as well as continued collection of transparent, accurate, comparative, and longitudinal data. Thank you very much.
Well, it's my turn. This is Doug Massey. I'd like also to join Min in thanking the organizers of this conference, very timely conference. I've spent most of my career deeply ensconced in the details of Mexico-US migration. And what I want to do today is pull back and look at things from a more global perspective. I'll begin by looking at the current state of international migration patterns and levels today. So the first thing to bear in mind is that humans are a migratory species. We've always migrated. And migration has always been a key adaptation to changes in our own environments. We began in Africa about 200,000 years ago, and since then have moved ever more widely. And by 12,000 years ago, human beings had reached the southern point of South America. About 2,000 years ago, they reached the outermost islands in the Pacific Ocean. This is a circle diagram, which I take from Abel and Sandra's Science article, and it shows in one convenient, albeit messy, spaghetti-like form, the world's international migration flows today. You can see for North America that North America sends migrants to Europe and a few to Latin America, but mostly it receives migrants from Latin America, from South Asia, and from other places around the world. So this is a capture the current system of global migration. In migration studies, we tend to focus on the people who move, but the remarkable thing about migration is that it's really a small phenomenon in the global sense. Only 3.4% of the world's population live outside the country of their birth. And this is very unevenly distributed. You see that in more developed regions, there are 12% are foreign born. And among developed regions, the leaders are Europe at 10.9%, Northern America, that's Canada and the United States, 16.4%, and Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, have a much higher level of foreign-born percentage than even the United States. The United States is by no means unique in the degree to which it is now an immigrant receiving country. You see the United States has about 15.7% of its population currently foreign born. Canada is much larger, it's about 22%, and Australia is larger still at 30%. And even some countries we don't consider to be traditional immigrant receiving societies, like Ireland and Belgium and Sweden, have higher foreign-born percentages than the United States today. This is a distribution of the world's 130 million immigrants by level of development. As you can see, they're concentrated in developed regions, but by no means absent from less developed regions. So about 60% of the world's migrants live in the developed world, and about a third live in less developed regions, and then a small percentage lived in the least developed countries in the world today. This shows a country level distribution. So the United States has about 20% of the world's immigrants, and the rest are scattered through Europe and a few other key locations, as you can see here. And here's a global map from the UN Population Division of immigrants as a percentage of the population. And again, you see the United States is by no means unusual in the world today. There are other countries with much higher representations of immigrants in their populations. So what I want to do now is think about what's driving international migration around the world and what we can expect in the future. I want to focus on four things: demography, economy, climate, and governability. In demography, the one important factor is population size. Population demography, population growth is not itself a driver. That comes from social and economic processes, but demography really conditions how these processes operate. And one of the most important factors is the size of the origin country. So a tiny, small outmigration rate from China produces a lot of migrants on the global market. And a heavy outmigration from El Salvador doesn't produce very many global migrants because there's only 5 million people in El Salvador. So population size makes a big difference. You can see here the greatest potential, and just in terms of demographic size, are China and India, and collectively sub-Saharan Africa. Fertility determines population growth and has a major impact on other elements of the population, like its age structure. And you can see here that sub-Saharan Africa stands out for its very high levels of fertility. High levels of fertility produce growing populations and therefore increase the capacity, the sheer size of the population, the capacity for outmigration to different countries. Fertility and mortality together produce different kinds of dependency ratios. So we have a youth dependency ratio. That's the ratio between under 19-year-olds and 20 to 69-year-olds, the ratio basically of young to working age population. And here you see the great potential is, again, sub-Saharan Africa standing out as a potential contributor to global migration flows. And the opposite end of the scale, the old age dependency, basically the ratio of elderly people to the working age. You can see that this is in the global north, in the United States, Canada, and especially in Western Europe, and to a lesser extent in the south, but the developed parts of the south, Australia, New Zealand, and the southern cone of South America. In terms of GDP per capita, you see where the poverty is, and you see where the wealth is. The wealth is in Europe and Western Europe. Sub-Saharan Africa again stands out as the poorest region in the world. Others are in between. Latin America, China, India is rapidly developing. Parts of the Middle East are in between. But the poorest places, again, are in Sub-Saharan Africa. And youth unemployment. It's very unstable for societies to have a large number of unemployed young men because they find something to do with all the energy they've got and the testosterone they produce. And to the extent that it can be channeled into productive enterprises, it's a benefit to the rest of society. And you can see that youth unemployment rates are quite high in many places, and some places you would not expect. So youth unemployment is very high in many countries in Western Europe, Spain, France, Ireland, and many countries in Eastern Europe. It's also high in North Africa and the southern tip of Africa, and not so much in the larger part of sub-Saharan Africa. And youth unemployment rates are also quite high in parts of Latin America. Income inequality is important. Right now we're turning to the economy, and income inequality is important because that it drives a lot of attitudes, especially in receiving societies. The formula for an anti-immigrant reaction is the coincidence of rapid demographic change through immigration during a period of economic insecurity and economic instability and inequality. And that's what we're seeing in the United States today, the coincidence of precarity, increased precarity because of globalization, technological change, and a little bit because of immigration, but mostly it's globalization and technological change. But the inequality and the instability and the precarity create this vortex where it becomes impossible for demagogues to come forward and address these powerful forces by blaming immigrants for the economic insecurity. And that leads to populist reactions and anti-immigrant policies. I think in the future, a major driver of migration is going to be climate change. And here you see the index of vulnerability to climate change. And again, what we see is that in sub-Saharan Africa, there is a major vulnerability to climate change, and also South Asia, especially India and Southeast Asia, not so much China. And in India has become one of the major senders of migrants throughout the world. And in fact, Indians are the largest, now the fastest growing component of the US undocumented population. Risk of extreme weather events rises as the climate change occurs. And you can see here the risks are also not evenly distributed. Extreme events, it's more long-term climate change that affects sub-Saharan Africa. Extreme events are especially powerful in Southeast Asia and South Asia, and in Latin America and the Caribbean, can be expected to contribute to pressures for outmigration. Governability, the rule of law, which comes from the World Justice Project. You see again that the United States and North America are declining a bit under Trump and populist measures, but the worst places are really in the Middle East and in parts of Africa. Exposure to violence is emerging as an important driver of migration patterns around the world. And here again, you see in sub-Saharan Africa, high levels of violence, parts of Russia, but especially Latin America, Central America, and northern Mexico, and parts of the Caribbean are experiencing high levels of exposure to violence. These are homicide rates at the subnational level for the latest data after 2012. So to summarize where we are, when you put all these things together, the major sending regions for the future would appear to be Africa, the Middle East, but not the oil exporting part, the oil importing part, Central Asia, Southern Asia, Central America, and the Pacific Islands. The receiving regions will be North America, Western Europe, the Persian Gulf, that is the oil exporting regions, Australia, New Zealand, and East Asia, particularly Japan, Taiwan, Singapore, South Korea, developed parts, and increasingly China. Uncertain what's going to happen kind of in between Eastern Europe, South America, the Caribbean, and Southeast Asia. So in the sending regions, we have large populations, high fertility rates, a high level of child dependency, low old age dependency. Demography for the receiving regions are medium population size, low fertility, low child dependency, high age dependency. For the economy, sending societies are low income, high employment, high inequality. In the economy for receiving societies, high income, moderate employment, and low inequality. I'll leave these in the interest of time so that you can look at them at your leisure on the either by getting the PowerPoints or by pausing the tape if you want to watch it. So just end with 2 slides visualizing global patterns of migration. This is a global visualization based on net migration rates calculated by the UN Population Division. And here you see relatively ordered patterns. You see a North American system with the United States receiving large numbers of migrants from the Caribbean and Latin America and Central America, with some coming in from distant places like China. Then a European system connected to the northern part of Africa and to its former colonial empires. The Middle East with a huge labor migration from Southeast Asia into the oil exporting regions of the world. And then we look at refugee flows, which look entirely different. I think we are moving between the 20th century and the 21st century, between an era when in the 20th century, in the late 20th century, migration was tied to globalization. And it was a fairly ordered move of people moving to access opportunities and to improve their lives, either through temporary migration or permanent immigration abroad. And I think increasingly in the 21st century, we're going to be moving towards a system where external shocks are going to produce large flows of refugees and asylum seekers. And these kinds of flows are quite different. They're not ordered like the labor migration flows you see tied to the global market. They tend to be spasmodic and focused. And you can see here that Europe is really more of a target for international migration than North America. The United States sits in the Western Hemisphere. The Western Hemisphere, below it in the South, the region as a whole is at or below replacement level. It's not as vulnerable to climate change. The age distributions are just not conducive to mass migration outward. We'll have smaller flows. But Europe sits in the crosshairs of a lot of separate trends in demography, in economy, in the climate, and in governability to produce large refugee flows. And I got these from online, and let me just end by showing you what they actually look like in real time. So this is what the kind of the ordered system of migration looks like in the world today. Global flows following pathways that are well established and producing migration that we saw in the late 20th and early 21st century. And then refugee flows. This takes a little bit longer to load. Oops, sorry. You can see that this is a very different kind of flow. And here you see, again, the exposure that Western Europe has to refugee migration driven by breakdown of nations, state failure, climate change, and violence in the world today. So that's the end of my presentation. I think we're moving into a very different kind of world in the 21st century, where global moves will be made primarily by, will increasingly be dominated by refugee flows, escaping threats rather than accessing opportunities. And it will produce a very different kind of selection process for migrants throughout the world, and very different kinds of flows, and pose a lot more challenges, especially as inequalities in certain countries in the global north, combined with demographic change through immigration, create populist anti-immigrant reactions.
Thank you so much. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Sasson.
Unmute. Can you hear me? Okay, very good. Well, it's an enormous pleasure for me to have heard Min and Doug talk. They really are two major figures in this whole domain of migration. I want to focus on sort of a few elements that also take us beyond the migrant as the main actor of his or her own story or her migration. So in that sense, the title, New Migration Flows That Signal the Making of New Histories. Now we know that migrations have been marked by a whole variety of histories. So this is just yet another one, if you want. Oopsie, hang on a second here. Why is this not moving? Can you see the slides properly? Yes? Okay, so I'm talking here about two established subjects that we consider migrants that are recognized in law. And then for me, an emergent third subject, invisible to the eyes of the law. We don't have a name for that third emergent migrant subject. And that is the subject that I want to talk about. Now, also for me, this is a subject that is visible in many different parts of the world. I got quite involved, for instance, with the whole issue in Myanmar. Some of you may remember that tragic history that is still continuing, of course. So I'm really thinking also about a whole variety of places across the world where some of these issues are happening. So again, this notion of an emergent third subject that the law cannot quite capture. I think that is where we're at with a lot of these emergent migrations. The old migrations have, benefit, if you want, from certain established modes of operating. So this third subject, this third migrant subject is generated. Are these slides moving? I don't see them moving. Oh gosh.
They're moving.
Can somebody confirm that they are moving?
Yeah, they're fine.
Okay, they are. Okay, fine. So this third subject generated by specific conditions of our current modernity. Now here we have a very long list of elements. So climate change, land grabs, the expansion of mining operations, the expansion of water extraction, the expansion of cities, and then of course violence. Violence that is operating in so many diverse parts of the world. All of these are producing a massive expulsion of millions of especially small farmers, and also sort of the peripheral urban economies that sort of are at the edges of big cities that navigate between an urban space, but also a green space, if you want a space where you don't have money businesses. So, and then again, the point that how many people are getting expelled for one reason or another from these spaces. Part of it has to do potentially also with climate change, but for now it is more the expansion of cities, the demand of new sites for buildings, housing, train stations, etc. So there is quite, when you look at the global map, if you want, you see quite a bit of this type of condition. I don't know, somebody is moving my slides here, I guess. So this third migrant subject that I'm interested in, I repeat, is this subject that comes out of climate change, land grabs, expansion of mining, water extraction, the expansion of cities, etc., etc. And when you look at certain conditions, and I'm hoping that the slides are showing here, for instance, if you this map on water, water that is already limiting agricultural productivity to a very, very significant extent. And here is a whole set of sites, as you can see, across the world where this is happening. But I don't see that in the slide that you people are looking at. So I'm a bit concerned about this. Now, so we have a whole set of conditions here that are marked, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 major areas in the world that I don't see on the slides here, that are absolutely stressed around the question of water, which is of course limiting agricultural productivity. So it is not just migration, it is a variety of other conditions that are also pushing people out of their lands. Next slide. So if you take the northern hemisphere, you see land area with hot, very hot, and extremely hot temperatures. I'm hoping that you can see the map. I don't see it on your screen. And so this is a major factor that is also altering the way people can survive even on these regions. It's not just the migrant, let's say, as an actor in search of a better life. It's the migrant as somebody who's being pushed out, and often not even by people, just by the change in climate, just by the fact of what happens after a mine closes, but there is still emission of very poisonous liquids from that mine, etc., etc. So a multiplicity of elements are coming together to generate a kind of migrant that is escaping from impossible situations. This is not quite the migrant in search of a better life. And we in the West, we are now, you see it all the time in short stories in the newspapers, in films, etc., sort of getting irritated, if you want, with the notion that migrants are coming to live in our countries. Well, we especially the powerful countries in the world that are producing all kinds of new machines, that are extracting all kinds of goodies from the world, we are actually pushing people out. We are restricting the space of the migrants, of people, and hence they have to become migrants. So to me, this is an enormously important issue. And if you look at the graph here, I'm hoping that you're seeing it. If you look just at the northern hemisphere, the land area with hot, very hot and extremely hot temperatures has just grown. One instance of what we measure as development, but should actually be seen as a massive expulsion, this is a subject that really interests me a lot. This notion that we often talk about migration as the migrant, who just wants to leave and come to our beautiful shores. But in fact, the extent to which we, via the operations that we establish, are pushing them out. So here you have a few numbers from 2006 to 2010. That is just one particular year for which we have very, very good data that shows that 220 million hectares of land in Africa, Latin America, Cambodia, Ukraine, etc., were bought and leased by rich governments, rich firms, and rich financial firms. In other words, we are pushing them out, but the story that we have produced about the arrivals of new people on our shores is that they are simply there in search of the attractions of our cities, Well, it isn't quite just that. There are far more other vectors in play we tend to sort of overlook a bit. So, so again, I want to sort of read again that list, from 2006 to 2010, 220 million hectares of land in Africa, Latin America, Cambodia, Ukraine, etc., and many other places were bought, leased by firms, by governments, etc., etc. We have to bring those types of elements into the discussion of migration. Now, one result is that the land is now more valued than the people or activities on it. It means that we are sort of engaged, globally in this case, in the active making of surplus populations, because the land has become so precious in continent after continent. We are actually expelling people so that we can access the land, the water, the goodies that Earth gives us. So it is the active making of surplus populations. This is one of the issues in play here. And for me, it also entails sort of a whole new way of thinking about the territorial, about also the authorities in play. There are really, these are things that we've got to start to bring in, I would argue, into the discussion about migration. Because I don't know who's showing the slides, but that comes a bit later. Now here, for instance, I just want to mention the question of these maps, right? That I think we passed them already. The number of hectares that are being bought by foreign actors in Africa. Africa is exhibit number 1 here, really. But also in Asia, also in Latin America, also in Europe, also in Oceania. So then you have sort of this total for the world, and which is really quite extreme. And here we have another map that has to do with the number, the way we're grabbing land across the world. So you have Africa is the one that has the most grabbing. There is simply no way around that. Followed by Asia, which is also very significant. And then we have Latin America. So those are the 3 areas, globally speaking, where most of the land grabs are happening right now. Now, these are also, to some extent, we can't say that for everything, but if you think of Latin America and certain parts of Africa especially, much less so Asia, we indeed have a lot of land that is not being owned or grabbed, or where people can still go, and where people, it's not so much people, it's firms really, go and grab. So to me, this is sort of part of the story of migration, in the sense that with all these types of activities that destroy land, destroy water bodies, and in fact keep those who were originally living there, keep them now out, because it's also broken terrain, if you want, but still they no longer have access to that. So of course, out of that will come a whole set of migrations. And so here you have a map. This is just one set of elements. You can see the global slavery index. Now slavery is not something that somehow is, belongs to an older history. No. These are new modes of slavery. So when you also bring in slavery into the picture, like this global slavery index that some of you may be familiar with, again, you see how, we are just extracting. And on top of that, we bring in labor that really becomes a form of slavery. So now this is the most negative set of images and conditions that I could possibly offer about our current world. But I do think this is part of the story. So a lot of what we still put under the designation, if you want, of migration. Actually, in my reading, we should rename as the expelled, those who have been expelled from their land, expelled from their water because the water was poisoned by a mine, etc., etc. So these are sort of new ways of reading our current history, because our current history, the last 20, 30 years, has been brutal when it comes to extracting value from Mother Earth, in continent after continent. These are very destructive modes. Now, one outcome, a visual image here I give you, is really this juxtaposition of a growth of very fancy, very complex, very beautiful types of buildings, really, really well done buildings, with, on the other hand, the vast growth, the enormous expansion of, we can't quite say slums. Some of it, like the image that you see here, it's very, very, very modest housing, but you can't call it a slum. We also have slums, which are far more precarious than this image that I show you here. But this expansion, this very significant expansion of intense occupation of land in the form of very modest housing. Many of these people who are there in these types of situations have actually had to leave the little plots of land that they had, because the land is now far more valuable to many actors, many major actors in our economies, our global economies, than are the people who are living on it. There was a time when the people were what you needed in order to get the mine going, to get the plantation going. Well, that has changed. And so this juxtaposition of, the expansion of very high-end types of situations in major cities. Major cities are really marked by a growing division between very, very rich middle classes and impoverished middle classes. It's sort of one way of putting it. Now, here's another image. I guess it isn't moving, huh? Okay, here is an image of, when there is no more land, then the movements happen on water. So you have these stunning images. This is especially in the Far East, where land is very often in many situations scarce. And so you have whole cities, one could say almost, that are functioning on water. Now, this is also a kind of migration. These are extreme conditions that I'm describing, but they contain within them the figure of a migrant. These people, in a way, that's the only place that they can have. They have had to leave the places where they lived, maybe in a better way. And so water, this you see especially in certain parts in the East, water is the last space that they have access to. And so they build on water, and they live on water, and they do everything on that water. Now, a final element that I would like to address that also gets to the story of who has to leave, who is expelled, is a question of violence and religious persecutions. So these are becoming, globally speaking, two increasingly common explanations for emigration. So the notion of violence and religious persecution. So it's not the migrant in search of a better life. It's the migrant. The only option is some sort of escape. And then we see it as an arrival, of course. So migrants are often an easy way of explaining what is actually produced by other factors. We are invoking the question of migration as an explanation for something that may really have to do with very different actors. So every now and then, I will bring in the notion of expulsion, which is different from migration, even though many migrants, of course, are expelled. But by emphasizing the fact of expulsion, it is also a way of signaling that it is different. There is a difference. Now, when you look at when you take into account the question of violence, the question of persecutions, the questions of loss of habitat, you really, and then what I add also here, you know, the notion of destroyed land, destroyed water bodies, dead land, dead water. Is somebody talking?
I'm so sorry. We're running a little bit out of
Yes,
time.
yeah.
Okay, I'm almost done. Can you see the slides at least or not?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. So here we have a kind of violence in play that has to do with loss of habitat, destroyed land and water bodies, dead land, dead water. And those are terms that we rarely use, we rarely hear them, but I think that they are part of the story. Now, I have a section here also on the apprehension of unaccompanied, undocumented migrant children, which I wanted to bring in precisely in this context where we look at a broader world. So it's not just simply people from poor countries in search of the good lives that they can have in the rich countries. It is to a large extent the expulsions, because big growers, big mining operations are robbing them from their land. I had a few other slides here. I'm just this is about unaccompanied children and how they are being stopped, you know, at the borders, etc. Then we have also the religious persecution. I've done quite a bit of research on the Rohingya in Myanmar, which is another very significant case. And then finally, maybe as a final image here, this is a whole other part of the world. And these are the religious groups that are being pushed out of their original homes, like the Rohingya being the most extreme case. And then you have a map here. I'm hoping you see the map. You have a map that shows you, you know, their movement. And this year we're talking Asia, East Asia. So again, different from the situation in the Americas, which we have focused more on. So I'm just going to move very quickly here. And just finish with this type of graph, which is where is the risk of lethal violence the highest? And to a very large extent, it is in Africa, in particular parts of Asia, and in particular parts of South America. These are sites that are undergoing a kind of violence. Now, I want to add final point. Part of that violence is the result of Western operations, grabbing land, opening up mining operations, etc., etc. We can no longer, I would argue, speak about refugees without bringing in other actors who are critical in producing those very negative outcomes. Thank you very much. Yeah? Okay.
Yes, shall I? Yes, so thank you for the opportunity to comment on three very stimulating talks. Two of the papers I had seen before, and Professor Sassen's comments are not based on the paper that she submitted, but rather new for the occasion. So when I get to her, my comments will be a bit mixed. As a refugee to the United States myself, and as the child of Auschwitz survivors, I'm always very focused on insecurity and the consequences of hegemonic crises. So it's in that context that I provide my remarks. Writing of the multiple crises of war, epidemic, imperial collapse, market crash, mass unemployment, and ascendant fascism, The great communist theorist Antonio Gramsci in 1930 offered the now somewhat familiar observation that, I quote, "The crisis consists precisely in the fact that the old is dying and the new cannot be born. In this interregnum, a great variety of morbid symptoms appear," unquote. The old are no longer capable and the new are not yet capable. In our own period of morbid symptoms attendant to the decline of American hegemony, we note a number of classic features of imperial decay. Endless wars on the periphery of the empire, immiseration of the domestic yeomanry or middle class, and a grotesque rise in inequality, dependence on increasingly mercenary military forces staffed by the lower classes, more visible elite corruption and incompetence, a decline in popular deference to elites, environmental resource degradation, and the flow of non-citizen colonial subjects from the periphery to the metropole. Challengers to the declining hegemon are, in contrast, full of energy and engage, as rising powers do, first in autarkic economic but mercantilistic population policies, and then turn to exporting goods while viewing their own immigrants, now skilled rather than unskilled, as assets deployed abroad, as once did America, now does China. Minju reflects upon the migration aspects of the new challenges for hegemony. Doug Massey charts the pain to be suffered by the flow of the morbid symptoms foreign victims, especially to the EU subsidiary of the American empire. Saskia Sassen, in the paper that I received, seeks to underscore the hollowing out that decline inflicts on its erstwhile metropolitan beneficiaries. Let me begin my comments on Zhu by reading a short poem carved into a detention barracks wall at Angel Island. The Angel Island, for those of you unfamiliar, is the nasty version of Ellis Island, where Chinese immigrants were processed and detained for years. So I read this short poem for you. I hastened to cross the American Ocean. How was I to know that the Western barbarians had lost their hearts and reason? With 100 kinds of oppressive laws, they mistreat us Chinese. It is still not enough. After being interrogated and investigated several times, we also have to have our chests examined while naked. Our countrymen suffered this treatment all because our country's power cannot yet expand. If there comes a day when China will be united, I will surely cut out the heart and bowels of the Western barbarians. So that's a poem from Angel Island. The overwhelming dominance of Chinese investors in the EB5 category, of students in the F, J, and M categories, all despite Trump's ravings, testified to both the lure of American market materialism and the Chinese state's investment in the benefits of a transnational community. I should add, China's not alone in this. I would note that the dramatic Israeli shift from treating immigrants as traitors or losers to treating them as assets deployed abroad. As Zhu points out in the longer version of her presentation, this is a win-win-win game for all the players: China, the US, the immigrants, aside from the nuisance of getting caught up in American racial Sturm und Drang. Though I might add, there are externalities borne by non-players, although not as dramatic as is the case of Indian H-1Bs in the IT industry. These transnational communities are increasingly well organized and interact effectively with their home communities, as well as the Chinese state, other Chinese expat communities, and the broader diaspora. I suspect this transnational pattern is now more developed than ever before, but it's hardly a novelty. One can think of the 11th century travels of Benjamin of Tudela, for example, who noted the interconnection amongst Jewish diasporic communities from Navarre and Spain all the way to Persia and the Chinese border. Let me supplement you here with a reference to the named chair that Alex Portes held while he was at Johns Hopkins, namely the Thorstein Veblen chair. In his famous, not always comfortable essay entitled The Intellectual Preeminence of Jews in Modern Europe, Veblen attributed disproportionate Jewish achievement to high levels of group solidarity. He called it clannishness. We might call it social capital, networks, solidarity, a high valuation of literacy, and a marginal status in society at large, which enabled both an insightful critical gaze from the outside and the ability to win at the game designed by the insiders. Such may be the situation of Chinese immigrants and their children today. Finally, Zhu makes clear that the Belt and Road Initiative is a step in the direction of the world to be born, a morbid symptom perhaps for 138 countries of what awaits them. Some of the South-South migration accompanying the projects is indeed novel, but much, I think, follows an imperial pattern that may be familiar to China from the days when the Western barbarians ravaged it. Chinese investors and businessmen in league with the local comprador bourgeoisie, taking big shares in local development projects, staffed at first by unskilled Chinese immigrants. This is even true in Italian textiles, let alone in Nairobi or Addis Ababa, with more skilled operatives and managers following. These in turn will exploit a local labor force while leaving local governments saddled with debts that will then soon demand austerity. Given the further failure of birth rates to decline in most of the Muslim world and Africa, urban immiseration and mass flight, such as Sasson later describes, are likely even if some middle classes get built in some places. 2, immiseration and mass flight are Doug Massey's signature contribution. Not caused by him, but the contribution of his paper. Of course, I extrapolated this from the slides he sent prior to hearing his talk just now. It's a very powerful graphic portrayal of both structural and conjunctural factors. He reminds us first that migrants are only 3.4% of the population worldwide, but 3 to 5 or even 7 times that many in the developed regions. 60% of the total are there, reaching ridiculous levels in the Gulf sheikdoms. With the exception of the infamous Japanese case, immigrants overwhelmingly get to where the digs are much better. This, I must add, is not true for classic refugee victims of persecution and violence, who are mostly in countries near their home countries. For example, Turkey, Kenya, Bangladesh, Jordan. As Doug points out in his last slide, the wave coming to Europe may be a massive political issue, which I'll mention at the end. Massey then turns to the key drivers of migration: demography, economy, climate, and governability. And now the nightmare scenarios build on each other in almost Malthusian fashion, boding ill for those currently enjoying what my colleagues call privilege. In the absence of a global redistributive order or mechanism, as once envisioned by figures like Willy Brandt and Olof Palme, and the absence of a fertility collapse in non-Chinese Asia and in Africa, with no signs of, quote, Asian tigers lurking in Africa, and the absence of even authoritarian environmentalism, with China backrolling disastrous carbon-intensive development along its Belt and Road, and in the paucity of effective government in most of the former, often artificial post-colonial states, it all looks very grim, doomsday grim, with flight as the best option for many millions. And needless to say, political fortress resistance will spread all across the North. We ain't seen nothing yet. Although Massey's slide doesn't say so, the claim that the immense surplus young of the poor lands can come to the rich lands to fill the Social Security coffers of the old there fails all economic tests, though it persists among immigration advocates. Leaving aside the oil sheikdoms, Singapore, Malaysia, Oceania, and Chile, there are no countries south of the 30th parallel, that's Houston, Texas, that have a per capita GDP above $25,000, with much or most of Africa below $3,000. Perhaps the Chinese hegemonic challenge will change that distribution, but it's certainly not obvious. Youth unemployment turns out to be a problem, especially in the global South, but not only there, though for different reasons. The youth unemployment problems of all the Mediterranean countries, North and South, independent of the age distributions noted earlier, bodes ill for the willingness of the next generation of Europeans to accept Southern migrants. Europeans losing jobs to AI will resist downward mobility and the migrants who would be associated with such a decline, regardless of any arguments about labor market segmentation that might be mustered by those advocating for cheap labor. To its leaders' credit, China, as Branko Milanovic has shown, has done a great deal to lessen income inequality. But the global South and the US are still characterized by enormous Gini scores that can only increase desperation and drive movement. Global warming has come to be seen as offering the ultimate doomsday scenario with the worst risk, according to Massey, again impacting the global South and its ability to feed and sustain its population. Dreams of global hegemony here turn into nightmares, exacerbated perhaps by the fact that Chinese penetration across South and Southeast Asia has made those regions the most rapidly growing source of CO2 emissions worldwide. Global heavy industry is now so fully concentrated in China that we should expect China to call the shots on any future global climate policy. Authoritarian stabilization may require doing something about flooding and toxic air inside the country, but only in the context of great power rivalry, as seen from the rising powers side. Whether the rule of law is temporarily being stressed around the world or is in long-term decline is hard to tell from Massey's data, which reflect the ideological biases of his sources as to what is rule of law. Less ideological, perhaps, is the exposure to violence and murder that affects the poor across the globe, from the First Nations of Northern Canada to Louisiana, Northern Mexico, Nigeria, and South Africa. Finally, show Massey's last two slides visualizing global migration and refugee flows to ordinary Europeans, and you will understand why at this global turning point, which is the subtitle of our session today, Angela Merkel's immigrants welcome shingle may never reappear, even if particular needs at the top of the labor chain and at the bottom will need to be filled somehow through selective, perhaps circular migration, as is already visible in the case of the Ukraine, especially, and Bulgaria and places like that, both inside and outside the EU. Turning finally to Saskia Sassen's contribution, as I mentioned, with the exceptions of the photos that appear at the end, I received an entirely different paper focused on another morbid symptom, namely the rapacity within the metropole itself of financialized capitalism and its mobile agents refashioning the global cities that Sassen has written so effectively about in the past. As Wolfgang Streeck and others have amply shown, late imperial formations survive through debt, public and individual debt, whether moved through the city of London, Singapore, or Wall Street. The global financial centers that are thus built magnify inequality and both gentrify and destroy In her presentation, she stressed the role of foreign investment and foreign investors in helping to destroy the environment that in turn drives people out of the global south in particular. But in the paper I received, she focuses on people being driven out of these global cities by the wealth that has entered them. Enrich and devastate their built environments. Depending on the social class to which you belong, New York, this is pre-COVID, of course, is either better than ever or now an impossible place in which to live. Sassen's paper reminded us of the 2008 crisis, the subprime mortgage crisis, collateralized debt obligations, and the millions of foreclosures in the US and abroad. I'm not certain what the current short-term trends tell us, but it's clear that international big money investment in metropolitan real estate continues apace. And her paper contained very impressive visual images of the fancy properties that Chinese capital has acquired in London and New York. But I would add, real estate is a tricky thing, even if you're better at it than Donald Trump. Back in the 1980s, when the Japanese were going to take over the world, we said, they bought real estate massively, including the iconic Rockefeller Center, and then proceeded to take a real bankruptcy bath. So post-COVID, we can't be entirely sure. But then again, these real estate investments are not there to make money. They are there to show money and to be the site of both the parking and the circulation of money, apparently lots of it, sometimes visible, sometimes hidden in shell concerns. Any number of scholars have elaborated on the yawning growth in inequality in the global north, and any number of scholars have written on gentrification, what Sassen puts together as, quote, a massive loss of habitat for modest households, which is what this paper shares with her presentation today. The Rio favela in the middle of the city is atypical. Even the Paris banlieue doesn't quite capture it. Last year, I sat on a New Jersey transit train with a young Black man who commuted over 3 hours a day to his $10 an hour job at a Manhattan Dunkin' Donuts. This habitat loss and cost shifting parallels that loss in the rural areas to development. Our morbid symptom here is that cities like New York City, once home to a distinctive and unifying cross-class, multi-class metropolitan culture of New Yorkers, have lost that integrative capacity despite what looks like its cultural homogenization. When this happens to my other beloved city of Berlin, something its brand new, quote, world-class airport betokens, I will know the game is over and that all I can do is await the world to be born with Gramsci's pessimism of analysis, but optimism of the will. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any comments from the panelists about what the discussant has just said?
I want to just say one thing very quickly. Thank you for your comment, David. So you mentioned about the win-win-win, triple win situation. And as we all know that transnational flow, transnational migration could create a win-win-win situation to the host country, to the receiving country, and to the immigrants themselves. But in this current situation, with the global competition and whatnot, and then also when a sending country is an authoritarian regime, that win-win-win situation may not happen. As we see the skill migration, the loss and gain is not symmetrical, even though there is a greater flow of transnational activities, but immigrants are more likely to resettle permanently and use the transnational flow as a means to their social mobility. In other words, the flow, as a matter of fact, is not circular, rather it's relatively permanent.
There are participants asking about where they can find more information on these topics. For those interested in this conversation, we're preparing a volume based on this wonderful conference where these ideas can be expanded upon. Now we move to the second section, International Migration and Development in the Midst of a Global Crisis. To those of you in the audience, there's a Q&A feature for this webinar. Feel free to ask questions at any point, which will be addressed at the end. The distinguished panelists for this session: Natasha Iskander, Associate Professor of Urban Planning and Public Service, conducts research on the relationship between migration and economic development, looking at the ways in which migration and the movement of people across borders can provide the basis for the creation of new knowledge and a new pathway for political change. Since her first book, Creative State: 40 Years of Migration and Development Policy in Morocco and Mexico, she has published widely on these and related topics. She has a forthcoming book, Skill and Bondage: Migrant Workers in Qatar and in a Warming World. Raul Delgado Wise is a professor and the director of the doctoral program in development studies at the Autonomous University of Zacatecas, Mexico, president and founder of the International Network on Migration and Development, and co-director of the Critical Development Studies Network. He has authored and edited more than 25 books and produced over 200 book chapters and referenced articles. He has been a guest lecturer in over 40 countries. Dr. Wise is the editor of the Journal of Migración y Desarrollo, as well as the UNESCO Chair on Migration, Development, and Human Rights. Alejandro Portes is a Howard Harrison and Gabriel Sinderbeck Professor of Sociology at Princeton University and a Professor of Law and Distinguished Scholars of Arts and Sciences at the University of Miami. His contribution to the field of sociology encompasses a wide range of subjects, which prominently include development, international migration, and urban sociology. Dr. Portes has received numerous honorary doctorates and awards, including the W.E.B. Du Bois Career of Distinguished Scholarship Award from the American Sociological Association and the 2019 Princess of Austria's Prize in the Social Sciences. He has published more than 250 articles and chapters on several sociological topics and 40 books and special issues, and has produced several landmark books. Together with Dr. Rodriguez, he is a co-organizer of this event. Luis Hearns Marcellin is a professor of social science at the University of Miami and chancellor of the Inter-University Institute for Research and Development. He also serves as associate dean for program development in the College of Arts and Sciences. Dr. Marcellin is co-founder and director of the Global Health and Studies, an interdisciplinary and cross-campus program at the University of Miami. He is also co-director of Migration Development and Equality Hub, which works with global networks of partners in 12 countries in the Global South, organized into 6 migration corridors to transform understanding of the relationship between migration, development, and inequality. Dr. Marcellin has conducted extensive field of research on family, kingship, migration, violence, and religious practices in rural and urban areas in the Caribbean and Latin America, with focuses on Haiti, Jamaica, Brazil, and the United States. In furtherance of his research interest, he was awarded multiple research grants to implement the adolescent family study over 13 years to investigate the intersections of migration, health risks, drug use, gang violence, and immigration processes in South Florida. I'm honored to turn it over to the first panelist of this second section, Dr. Iskander.
Thank you so much. Let me just share my screen. So I'd like to start by thanking the organizers of this conference and thanking them for bringing together this scholarly community to reflect on changes to migration, migration policy, the conception of migration at this global turning point. In a way, the conference organizers are asking us to be historians of the present and to see with remove things that are unfolding now from a big picture perspective. What I'd like to try and do today is apply that lens to the question of migration and development and consider migration as a dynamic that supports interconnection and equity. And I'd like to take the current crisis that we are all living in as a window onto the conception of migration and development at this moment of global transition and shift. So as the coronavirus pandemic was visited upon countries all around the world, there was a lot of reporting around the impact of the pandemic on remittances. So just to recap for many of you in the audience, remittances are the monies that migrants send back to their communities of origin, to their families of origin. They are often family support transfers. And coverage of this issue considered how the coronavirus pandemic would impact remittances in a negative way as immigrants in countries that were hard hit by the pandemic were seeing a dramatic loss in income. So I want to use this focal point, this query or this concern as a way to think about the change in the relationship between migration and development. Why remittances? Why this focal point? Remittances are really where the consideration of migration and development intersect. It is where the conversation about the relationship between emigration and local and national development coalesce. So development organizations around the world started anticipating what some of these global drops might be in remittance flows. And the projections were dire. The World Bank, for example, projected that globally, the drop in remittances would be around 20%, with some countries around the world facing drops that were even more dramatic than that. Many of the panelists here and many of the people in the audience as well are concerned with migration in Latin America and Caribbean, and there the projected drop was about 20% over last year as a result of the pandemic. Why was this a big deal? This was a big deal because remittances, which are really small flows of money, small transfers of money in the hundreds of dollars or less generally, at repeated intervals every few weeks, every few months. Globally, in the aggregate, remittances represent the largest financial flow in the world. They far outpace overseas development assistance, as you can see on this graph, and they have come to rival foreign direct investment. So the impact on remittances as a result of the coronavirus pandemic was an issue of global concern for institutions, development institutions, and financial institutions that worried about global flows of money. The impact of this shift the impact of this drop in remittance flows was seen to be especially serious for countries that rely heavily on remittances. So as you can see here on this map, there are some countries whose GDP is made up to a large extent by remittances. You can see the larger the blue circle, the larger the dependence on remittances as a proportion of GDP. And you can see on this map that the proportion is not insignificant, rising up to almost 40% in some cases. You can see particularly that in Central America and Caribbean, the dependence on remittances as a proportion of GDP is high. So the drop in remittances would have been enough if the remittances had dropped as projected to tip countries, many countries, single-handedly into an economic depression. What happened was that the projections were off. They were off in a fairly dramatic way. Remittances in the context of the coronavirus pandemic have remained high after an initial dip in March and April. They recovered quickly and in many cases surpassed the level of remittances that were transferred last year. So this pink line here is the level of remittance transfers in 2019. And as you can see, in regions around the world, remittances have surpassed that level as compared to last year. And if they haven't surpassed it yet, they're well on their way to doing so. Okay. A more granular analysis of these remittance transfers helps us understand some of the timing and helps us understand some of the reasons that these projections might have been off. So a careful look at remittances in Mexico and Latin America at a time, by the way, when 2.6 million out of the 11 million jobs lost in the US were jobs held by Latinos. At this same time, we see a trend in remittances that doesn't comport in a one-to-one relationship with this job loss. The top graph is Mexico. You can see here that in March, remittance transfers shot up as families sent home money so that family members could, as migrants sent home money so that family members could prepare for the soon to arrive coronavirus pandemic. Remittance transfers dropped in April and then they recovered quickly in June and July, and they continue to rise. The story for other Latin American countries is similar. You see either a sharp rise in March in many cases, a drop in April, and then a recovery through the summer. But the transfers home were more than about remittances. They were about the social practices that often accompany the transfer of remittances. So what started to emerge was that there was a strong transfer of public health knowledge and practices through migration networks. In New York, where I am beaming in from, we saw this manifest in different practices in Flushing, Queens and Corona, Queens. Flushing, Queens adopted mitigation measures, mask wearing, social distancing, etc., even earlier than the city required them, because family members in China, and so Flushing, Queens has a large population of Chinese migrants, family members in China were encouraging their community in New York to do so. Very similarly, areas in Mexico that have immigrant populations in areas that were hit early and fast by the coronavirus pandemic in New York saw a stronger and earlier adoption of mitigation measures, staying at home, mask wearing, etc. This is basically the short version of this story is it's Poblanos in New York telling their relatives in Puebla to adopt mitigation measures sooner than the Mexican government called for them. In addition to the transfer of public health knowledge, we saw a transfer of public health and COVID support, the literal sending of masks, funds for healthcare and funerary expenses, and anticipatory economic support. Go stock up on groceries, go bolster your savings. We are likely to see some hard times, anticipatory financial planning. So this was not what was expected. And it begs the question, why the surprise? What does this surprise, what does the empirical reality and its distance from what was anticipated tell us about how we think about migration and development? Specifically, what does it tell us about how migrants and remittances are understood? And how does it also help us reflect on how development broadly is conceived? To give you the punchline very quickly, the surprise stems from the fact that the concern around remittances, or the concern that shaped the models, was about money and not people. Or stated differently, it was about the role of money in development and not migration. So I want to take a moment to kind of unpack this surprise and show why it emerged and what its implications might be for how we think about economic development and its relationship to migration today. So migration and development policy has increasingly followed the money. It has started with the notion that development is a project of national economies functioning as independent units. And remittances are really stand-in for migrants. They are monies that cross national borders. And as stand-ins for migrants, they share some political characteristics with migrants in that they are anomalous, they are extra money, they are not integral to the national economic development model, and they are also potentially illicit. They need to be controlled and monitored as extra and potentially illicit. And this is one of the reasons that remittance transfers, the remittance transfer services end up charging high fees due to some of the security requirements that they have to fill, although the fees they charge are much higher than they need to. There's also this sense that as extra money, remittances are subject to capture and direction. We can direct them to productive projects. We can direct them to various national development goals, local development goals. And increasingly, they have been the target of nationalist rhetoric. Most recently, Trump claiming that he would consider taxing and seizing remittances as compensation for the costs of immigration to the US, and that remittances were American money that migrants were taking home. Even as migration and development practitioners and scholars primarily practitioners, have focused on the money, they have abandoned the people, they have abandoned the migrants themselves. There has been, frankly, an abdication of engagement around border management and immigration policy by development practitioners. There's an argument that this is a matter of sovereignty, and in the face of increased enforcement, there has been a step away from challenging those measures. And as a result, there has been a similar retreat from an attention to the kind of cross-border transnational economic relationships that migration can foster. Migration development policy was very much in vogue in the early 2000s. It has almost completely retreated from the policy space and indeed from the scholarship space. And transnational cooperation, such as it is around migration, has shifted to the enforcement of borders and the increased militarized control of migration, specifically the pushing of borders south. This has been the main area of cooperation. So as we consider this shift in approach to migration and development, I think it's important to think about it against the backdrop of the political moment that we are living in, specifically the rise of economic nationalism, which is a form of nationalism where identitarian nationalism is articulated using economic terms. And border closures and the control of immigration is unfolding in this particular space where the distinction between us and them has become increasingly salient and is increasingly articulated in economic terms. What this has done is exactly the opposite of where migration and development policy has gone. It has fused the money and the people. It has fused the economic and the social. In this space, it's worth taking a closer look at the function of economic controls. Not the dynamics of migration themselves or the activities of migrants themselves, but the functions of economic controls that migration and development policy have retreated from in terms of their intervention. One way of thinking about these increasingly draconian immigration controls is that immigration policy is a form of labor market management based on the division of the labor market into us and them. It's a hardening of labor market stratification where some people have access to full rights and others have access to fewer or no rights. This increasingly hardened stratification has emerged in high relief in the wake of the COVID pandemic, where we now have classes of essential workers whose labor is valuable, but whose life is not, whose labor is essential, but whose life is not, so that they have even lost the very right to life. These patterns are very pronounced in the US for a lot of specific reasons, which I won't go into now, but they are reflected in a set of global patterns. You can see this in Gulf countries, you can see this in Singapore and many other places where their immigration controls have been used to stratify the labor market. So what if immigration policy is not about managing mobility? How might we think about it differently, and what would the implications of this be for migration and development policy and practice? One argument is that immigration policy has increasingly emerged as a vehicle for the political management of inequality. This is what I want to present here in this slide is almost a circumstantial association. This is the pre-tax income in the US of the top 10% of the population. And if you map this kind of historically onto, or if you map immigration policy historically onto this graph, you can see that at moments of heightened inequality, we also in the US experience heightened and hardened immigration policy and controls. So it may be worth considering that immigration policy is actually a way to stratify the labor market through this division of us and them, and preventing the them from accessing economic rights. These patterns of inequality are similar around the world, including in the global South, which raises questions about the amenability of countries that have hardened their borders in the global South to those interventions because of rising inequality in their own countries. So in the remaining few minutes, I just want to reflect on a time where the wreckage of this kind of economic nationalism was confronted head on, and in particular, the role of economic development in that space. When in 1944, right after or towards the tail end of World War II, the Bretton Woods institutions that are the core development institutions still were founded, and they were founded to counteract economic nationalism. They were founded to bind together the economic futures of countries as a strategy for peace, and to create cross-national economic spaces and practices. They were blending economic and social practice together very deliberately as the vehicle for development. If we take this ethos forward and we think about remittances through this frame, I see that I'm almost done. Thank you, Scarlett. We can start to think about remittances as expressions of cross-national and cross-national socioeconomic spaces and practices, and think about remittances as indicating transnational labor markets that function across borders in the same way that the production of goods functions across borders through global commodity chains. And the border in this view, immigration policy structure, so the border writ large, emerges as an anomaly that actually interrupts these practices and creates inequality and stratification within them. So turning to migration and development as a political project that merges economic and social, that brings the migration and the development piece back together. I'm not going to spend time thinking about the implications for scholarship and policy due to time constraints. What I do want to do, though, is end by where we started and suggest that it is in the actual practices of these transnational socioeconomic spaces that we can find ways forward that allow us to challenge some of the increased bordering, some of the increased division between us and them in this kind of rise of economic nationalism, and the development of new practices to foster equity. So as the management of COVID has in some respects reflected this hardening of borders, we see that there's an alternative offered to us here by these transnational socioeconomic spaces of actually working across borders and through the transfer of knowledge, resources, protecting solidarity and protecting equity as a means to protect health. Thank you so much. I'll stop there. Oh, so let me stop sharing. Sorry about that.
Okay, well, good morning, everybody. I want to first thank my friend and colleague, Alejandro Portes and Margarita Rodriguez, for organizing this stimulating, memorable webinar. Following Margarita's advice, somebody is going to show my PowerPoint presentation or I can also share it in my screen. I don't know if you can put my PowerPoint presentation. Well, I'm very glad to be sharing this panel with Natasha, a friend that I haven't seen in many, many years. Well, I try to put I have my PowerPoint and I might be able to. Okay, I think I can put my presentation. I'm not sure if my presentation is being seen in the screen. No.
Okay, it's coming.
Okay, great. Sorry for the delay, but
No, it's fine.
Okay, now, okay. Well, my presentation is going to be perhaps a bit provocative and hopefully thought-provoking. Coming from a critical development studies tradition, I have always been somehow rebel in the field. The key concept of my presentation is the notion of exportation of labor power, which goes beyond the traditional notion of migration, but is dialectically linked to it in the context of contemporary capitalism. I will also refer to the exportation of scientific and technological work or the exportation of skilled labor power. This will allow me to end up my presentation with a reformulation, a reframing of the migration and development question in times of COVID-19, following a Marxist approach. I will start saying a few words to characterize the context of contemporary capitalism. And here, a central concept to characterize contemporary capitalism is Samira's main notion of the era of generalized monopolies, which refers to the extreme concentration and centralization of capital, the great, the omnipresence of these large multinational corporations. The largest companies today, those with more than $1 billion in sales, account for 75% of global earnings. And the other side of the coin that was also mentioned by Saskia somehow is the oversupply of labor. The absolute, as Marx called it, surplus population, which is, and this is very important to mention, unevenly distributed in the North-South divide. So then we have this South-North, I like to call it a compulsive forced migration. And there are many new categories, and Saskia was also mentioning a few of these new categories of this expulsion process that we're facing nowadays. And this in turn send us to growing social inequalities and asymmetries among countries and regions. What I think is very important is if we focus on monopoly capital, then we have to try to understand the deep metamorphosis that monopoly capital has suffered in the recent years, particularly during the neoliberal era. There is a lot that has been written about financial monopoly capital, financialization, fictitious capital, also extractivism and land grabbing. And I want to emphasize something that I think is important for my argument. The global value chains, and I prefer to name that as global networks of monopoly capital, and the restructuring of innovation system, which is, I think, a topic that needs to be further analyzed. Regarding the first issue, the global networks of monopoly capital, we have now a new geography of production, which is based, which is supporting on these new technologies, ICT, technoscience, the so-called third and fourth industrial revolution, but it's also supported and taking advantage of global labor arbitrage, wage differentials across the world, especially across the North-South divide. So this leads to a new international division of labor. With here, the key element here, and this is the whole important point of my argument, is the exportation of labor power. Then we have indirect or disembodied exportation of labor power, which is a key concept that I will refer immediately after this slide, and also the direct exportation of labor power through international labor migration. So regarding the disembodied exportation, yes, you cannot. Are there some problems? I don't know. With my presentation. Can I go on? Sorry. Okay.
Yes, go ahead, you're good.
Okay, because I heard some noises and I thought that you were not listening. Okay, let me go on. So regarding the notion of disembodied exportation of labor, through here is very important to see that the industrial exports in special economic zones that operate with imported inputs under tax exemption regimes, basically in southern regions, what actually is being exported through these assembly plants of export platforms is labor power without leaving the country. So there is a big fetish around this type of exports. It is estimated that there are 100 million workers directly employed in assembly plants, maquiladoras, in the global south and over 5,400 export processing zones in special economic zones established in 130 countries. The other side of the coin, I think this is very important, is that in order to implant this type of exportation zones in the southern regions, the economic apparatus of the peripheral countries was dismantled through structural adjustment programs, liberating or expelling a massive amount of labor force that has been flooding the circuits of international migration, and this was very well developed by Doug Massey. And here we have a growing trend. Nearly 2/3 of international migrants reside in high-income countries, and there is a big amount that go from south to north and from south to south. But let me now go to one of the main points of my argument. In order to understand the new trend of skilled migration, which is the most dynamic segment of contemporary migration, it is important to understand the restructuring of innovation systems, and I will take as a reference point Silicon Valley's, what I call Silicon Valley's imperial innovation system, which is based in 5 key aspects. The first one is the internationalization and fragmentation of research and development activities, new collective dynamics with new players. One key is the startups, and this turns out to an open innovation paradigm. We have also scientific technological cities, which refer us to a new georeference paradigm with satellites, which I call scientific technological maquiladoras. And this has also engendered a new innovative culture. New forms of control of research agendas and the appropriation of the products of scientific work, general intellect, as Marx refers to it, through patents. And this is called in the literature strategic investment. We have also an expansion through the north-south divide of scientific and technological workforce, particularly in STEAM areas, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. And the basis of all this is the creation of an ad hoc institutional framework that has been fostered by the World Trade Organization and the World Intellectual Property Organization. And this has made possible the concentration of an appropriation of patents by the large multinational corporations. This is how the Silicon Valley's ecosystem looks like, which is much more complex than the triple helix. And also Silicon Valley is a system that expands globally in many ways, but ways that are, of course, not horizontal. They have a very important and interesting hierarchy that I'm not going to be able to develop in my presentation. Another very important point is that this has led to a new trend of compulsive patenting. And you can see here in this slide that in the last 20 years, there have been more patents registered in the US than in 200 years of previous history. 76% of the patents in the universities in the US were granted to foreigners, playing a key role in cutting edge areas. The rate of foreign patenting in the US grew from 18 in 1963 to 53% in 2019, which I think is very, very crucial, this change in trend. But 92% of the patents were granted to multinational corporations. 7 of the top 10 and 36 of the top 100 innovation firms are headquartered in the US. And this trend, you can see it in this slide, goes all the way through the world, this growth of patenting. These patents have a concentration in several countries. And you can hear this reflects something that has been already discussed in this webinar, the current inter-imperialist dispute between the US and China. What I want to emphasize are the new features of innovation in the 21st century. We have a new frontier, a speculative form of development of the productive forces of society, commanded by the large multinational corporations. Silicon Valley stands like a kind of patenting machine aimed at the appropriation and concentration of the products of the general intellect. Underlying this impressive development of the productive forces of society, there is no concern with social needs and the environment. This, of course, this trend exacerbates the contradictions inherent in capitalist modernity between progress and barbarism, and leading to an epochal, a civilizing crisis. Here are some data regarding this trend. The immigrants with graduate degrees, the annual growth rate is growing, and basically from countries that come from peripheral and countries from emergent nations, but they are also basically educated in STEAM areas, which is also a key issue. And this is just to show you, we finished a recent study of Mexican highly skilled migration, and everything was a surprise when we were analyzing the data. We have now 1.64 million professionals abroad that are allocated in at least 57 countries, 360,000 with a graduate degree. In the case of the US, Mexicans move from the 9th place to the 3rd place with graduate degrees, immigrants with graduate degrees, and Mexican has 169 PhDs in the US, which is more than the number of doctors in the national research system of Mexico. So we have more, we can say that Mexico has more scientific and technological capacity abroad than in the country. So this is my last slide and concluding remarks. All this suggests, I think, and I believe, and I'm sorry that I couldn't develop this further, this suggests the need to reframe, to reformulate the migration and development question in the 21st century. And the key notion, as I mentioned at the beginning, is the exportation of labor power. And here we can trace like 2 different stages. The first one was with this global commodity chains with low-skilled assembly plants and labor migration. The second stage, which is more recent, is we can call it a full, includes low and high skilled labor, direct and disembodied. Also with these scientific maquiladoras, which are, or scientific and technological maquiladoras. For instance, in Mexico, we have like 2 different corridors, and the most emblematic is that in Bangalore in India. And these are leading to new and extreme modalities of unequal exchange. Following, for instance, like what Emmanuel did in the 1970s, there was a concept of unequal exchange, which was restricted and in broad sense. I think we have it now in a broad sense with this exportation of labor power in full. So this is really a key notion to see now how the development question can be reformulated nowadays. And this involves a big paradox. Growing scientific and technological capacity that we couldn't imagine years before in the South at the service of the North and against the South. So we are facing, I think, a civilizational crossroads. Possibilities to transcend neoliberalism. This is something that I think is going to happen. Possibilities to transit, perhaps, to an alternative modernity. And the big question that is open, and I want to finish with this, is could it be an opportunity for the periphery? Thank you.
Okay, where am I? Okay, actually, first of all, let me say that I am very pleased to share this panel with 2 very good friends, Raúl Delgado Weiss, and from many years, and Natasha Iskander, as well as I will later thank everybody else, but it's a pleasure to be in this panel. Actually, my presentation, seen relative to what we have heard so far, the presentations of Min Zhao, Doug Massey, and Saskia at the beginning, and the last 2, my own is thoroughly dated, I must say. I did not follow what that is. I'm very impressed by the keeping up to date that several of the prior presentations have made. And let me simply try to make 2 or 3 important points in terms of theories of migration and development that may be worth presenting and discussing. First slide, please, Maria. Next one. The operational concept, as we know, coined in the sociology of immigration to deal with the multi-stranded activities constructed by migrants across countries, is transnationalism, a concept that we owe to Nina Gleig Schiller, who was the first to coin it and almost 30 years ago, and which, in a sense, transformed the way that we saw the field saw the interactions between migrants and their sending countries. I propose a typology here in order to avoid using transnationalism for everything, which was common often in the literature, and separating the international activities conducted by governments and other institutional actors based in a single countries from the multinational initiatives of global economic corporations and other actors, from the transnational contacts and entrepreneurial activities initiated by grassroots people, that is by common people in different societies. Let's go to the next one. to the next two, the figure, Maria. The next one there. I'd like you to take a look at that typology, which is what I've tried to, indicating that the difference between international, multinational, and transnational, reserving the last concept to the activities conducted at the grassroots by different actors. Not all transnational activities are conducted by immigrants. They are also grassroots political and social movements involving citizens of different countries seeking to promote various social and economic causes. For example, the international movement to stop global warming and climate change, involving thousands of people in different parts of the world, as well as the movements across different countries to shame multinational corporations for their labor practices in the special export zones that Raul was telling us about, by exposing to the consumers in the advanced world to the exploitation of workers producing Nikes and other consumer goods bought in the advanced world. In that context, immigrant transnationalism should be envisioned as one form of popular cross-country activism involving the grassroots actors participating in a variety of economic, political, religious, and cultural endeavors. Immigrant transnationalism involves not only individuals sending remittances, but also the organizations that immigrants everywhere have created for the transfer of economic resources, technological knowledge, and cultural innovations. Governments of sending countries, in particular, those alert governments that have begun seeing their immigrants, their diasporas abroad as a possible resource, such as that exemplary case of China, but also that of Mexico, seeking to profit from the resources and cultural know-how acquired by their expatriate communities, must necessarily deal with immigrant organizations rather than individual immigrants. Governments are not going to address an individual scientist, an immigrant scientist or professional. They usually tend to do so with an organization. And therefore, immigrant organizations, transnational organizations, have become so important that as my friend and co-member of this panel, Natasha Iskander, emphasized in her first book, when such organizations do not exist, governments have been known to deliberately create them. Like in the case of the Mexican HTAs, as hometown associations, if the immigrants do not create, the government of Mexico and its agencies have been known to try to deliberately create them. I think that there is a lot of mileage to be taken by using this typology and the concept of the concept of transnationalism, originally developed by Nina and her associate, in the study of what is happening today. I think that in addition to individual remittances, Natasha reminded us that remittances represent the nexus between migration and real development, and that reminded me of a remark by a young Salvadorian sociologist in one conference we had several years ago, saying that migration and remittances were the real development program for our people in El Salvador. Forget about international investment and so on. It was the activities of migrants and their remittances. The only thing that we can add here is that remittances are not only an individual and family activity, but also an organized activity, an associational activity, as we have been able to identify and trace, not only among immigrant communities in the United States, but in Western Europe as well. The second point that I wanted to make in this presentation is that while most discussions of migration and development focus on labor displacements, the emphasis the emphasis placed by Raul on their location, the case of refugees escaping political, civil unrest, and now climate, and other depredation in their home countries should not be neglected. Unlike labor migrations that are generally oriented toward the richer countries, refugee movements often take place south to south, that is, from one less developed country to another. That has certainly been the case recently in Africa, Asia, and Latin America. The exodus of the Muslim Rohingyas from Myanmar to neighboring Bangladesh is a clear example of south-to-south refugee migration, and is that of Venezuelans to Colombia, Peru, and other South American countries. Aristide Solver, many years ago, asserted that refugee movements originate primarily in struggles for the creation and control of national states. As things are changing, as we have seen with the emergence of climate refugees and others, but this statement by Solver about refugee migration being largely the outcome of the struggles for the creation and control of patches of national territory is still very appropriate for many of the movements that we have seen in the present world, the exodus of Bosnians, Croatians, and others from the imploding nation of Yugoslavia, of Cubans escaping the communist revolution in their island, and of more recently of Venezuelans massively leaving their country for other South American nations and for the United States. Generally, and contrary to labor movements that are, in a certain sense, as the prior presentation emphasized, welcome by economic actors in the receiving countries as necessary for development and growth, generally refugee flows are seen as a burden on countries that may be ill-prepared to accommodate them. So the recent experiences of Turkey, Greece, and even Germany is straining under the weight of mass escapees from Syria and Afghanistan furnish contemporary examples. And other East European countries simply refuse access to the Middle Easterners under the argument that they would pose both an intolerable economic and cultural threat to the integrity of countries like Hungary and so on. And so the refugee flows in that case were barred. But under certain circumstances, as you can see, refugee outflows can become actually a boon to receiving countries because of the knowledge, expertise, and economic resources that the escapees that are originally unwelcome bring with them. The exemplary, and that is the exemplary case of that, of course, is that of German Jewish migration escaping the Nazis in Germany and flowing primarily to the United States, who made immense contributions, both cultural and economic, to the receiving countries and to the areas in which they concentrated. And similarly, the exodus of Cuban upper and middle classes escaping the communist revolution in their country led to the rise of Miami it was one of the reasons, not the only one, but one of the reasons that led to the rise of Miami as a hemispheric economic power, ceasing to be just a winter resort and becoming in a few years the financial and commercial capital of Latin America. Subsequent flows of all or similar refugees from Nicaragua and now Venezuela simply reinforce that economic and social dynamics in South Florida, leading to the rise of Miami as an emerging global city. Next one, please. Popular uprisings leading to revolutionary change, to revolutionary regimes of the left have been most consistent in triggering these refugee flows. That is the departure of high net worth, high human capital individuals that then go on to make a significant contribution to the places that receive them. The present exodus from Venezuela features a significant number of persons, former entrepreneurs and capitals, and capital is benefiting primarily South Florida, where they tend to concentrate, and secondarily Spain and some South American countries. All places of destination may be expected to benefit significantly from the implosion of Venezuela. As one that is one of the, as one Miami mayor that we interviewed for my latest book on the transformation of Miami, said Miami is a product of the political crisis in our backyard. Every time there is a political crisis in South America, in one of these countries, Argentina, Brazil, Venezuela, there is an outflow to where? To here, to South Florida. And we have become the beneficiaries of the human and economic capital that have gone to there. Similarly, Iranians escaping the takeover of their country by religious fanatics had a largely positive effect on the areas where the Iranians have concentrated mostly in California, and these days the Iranian the occupational status and average income levels of Iranian Americans amply surpass the average levels of the American population. On the other hand, it is seldom the case that refugee groups, once established, turn around to visit their countries of origin or make significant investments in them. Next one. In this case, what we can speak of is about bloc transnationalism. While transnationalism, that is in the case of regular immigrants, labor immigrants, is the operational concept to describe the relationships that exist between immigrant communities and their sending localities and nations. The case of refugees is exceptional in that instance, because it is what we can call bloc, because of the political enmity that drove refugees out of their countries, out of Cuba, Iran, and so on. Most first-generation immigrants generally refuse to engage in these transfers of economic or cultural resources to the regimes that they have seen as oppressive and define that see them as the source of their forced departure from their countries. Consolidated regimes of the left often find themselves confronted by economic scarcities, in part because of the departure of the more entrepreneurial and well-trained members of society, as was the case of Iran and Cuba, and also because of the many mistakes that these regimes tend to make in policy. And such regimes like that of Cuba and Syria have been known to try to approach their expatriates and encourage, if not their return, at least unblock the bloc transnationalism and allow a transfer of both economic and technological resources back to the countries of origin. Generally, first-generation refugees do not accept those invitations and are set against them. That is the case certainly of Cubans, first-generation Cuban refugees, as is the case of first-generation Vietnamese. So lo and behold, many of the these left governments that expel significant numbers of high human capital of refugees have turned to the second generation. That is, to the children of refugees, assuming that they, because of for nostalgic reasons, want to see and participate in the land of their parents and have less of a enmity to them. They can actually work, and both Cuba and especially Vietnam had been notably adept at cultivating the visits and the transfers of young US race Vietnamese Americans and Cuban Americans. Next figure. So while the second generation transnationalism is far feebler than the first generation remittances and organizational activities of immigrants, they still can play a role in terms of activating these transfers with the sending countries. Let me go briefly, since my time is turning to the third point, namely that receiving another neglected topic in the literature on migration and development is a contribution that migrants can make to the receiving communities and nations. As we just saw, refugee flows generally trigger concern about the burden that they impose on receiving nations, although in many instances they can end up making important economic and cultural contribution. And the same is the case for regular migrations. the next slide, please. The presence of sizable foreign populations has generally been viewed in receiving countries from the standpoint of assimilation, and then the debates about whether immigrants assimilate or not, while neglected from this are the fundamental economic benefits that migration can bring to host nation development. Indeed, that is the reason why such movements, labor transfers, have happened at all. And this is a point with which I would like to reinforce the prior presentation by Raul Delgado Weiss, that when immigrants do not come spontaneously, they have been deliberately recruited, either forced to come like slaves or enticed to come because of the needs for the receiving economy. The first, that is the creation of global capitalism as a system, cannot be conceived without the massive transfers of labor that first slavery made possible during the first 300s of development of the capitalist world economy, and then deliberate recruited immigrants, both in Eastern Europe, Southern Italy, and so on, and certainly in Mexico, for the United States. Next one. American agriculture would cease to exist even today without the presence of migrant laborers. And at the other end of the economy, the rise of Silicon Valley and other centers of high technology innovation would not have been possible without the contribution of immigrant professionals coming by the thousands from India, China, and now Raul tells us from Mexico. These are very important points because this sets up, in a sense, a contradiction or between the needs of the intrinsic needs of capitalism for flows of labor from different parts, both at the low end of low skill and also high end, and the opposition that immigration has increasingly triggered in the receiving countries, particularly the United States. And it's the fact that the contributions of immigrants are not limited to their labor power and their work skills, but they also include elements of their culture that help diversify and enrich what otherwise would be a rather gray social world. Next one. The key point is that by and large, the principal contributions of migration to development, have taken place in the receiving countries, for the development of the receiving countries, not the sending one. We always talk about migration and development. I was thinking that migration makes or doesn't make a contribution to the development of the receiving countries, but the key point, and that is throughout the history of capitalism, is that the key contribution of migration had been to the advancement and to the growing economic hegemony of the receiving countries, of which, of course, North America is paramount. Certainly, the interesting thing is that not everyone in the receiving countries recognizes this. And on the contrary, there are important sectors of the native population, particularly in the lower and working classes, that take a dire view of a foreign presence, accusing the foreigners of this, that, and the other thing, as we are very accustomed to listen, to see and listen in recent years. I'm finishing. The next point. Next one, please. The situation today, as we saw in many of the advanced countries, features a degree of a struggle between various degrees of intensity between nativists opposed to continued migration and the employers and other economic forces that see it as absolutely necessary for the continuation of development. That struggle continues, and the interesting thing that struggle, we are focused now in the United States because of the rise of national populism. I'd like to bring you another example before finishing, that of nations that threatened by declining fertility levels and the relentless aging of their population that still resist migration for cultural reasons or to please the mainstream of the population. Japan is obviously the clearest example where the firm opposition of the electorate to accept immigration, to compromise the nation's cherished cultural homogeneity in Japan, has led to rapid population loss and to aging. Japan is a country of 120 million people that now faces rapid demographic decline, a loss of about 500,000 people from that population every year in the absence of immigration. The countries, the developed countries that have managed to, the advanced countries that have managed to escape that fate, like the United States, Canada, and Spain, are those that have, for one reason or another, been able to allow the continuing movement of migration of migrants from the outside. In synthesis, the relationship of migration to development is a contested one, both in sending and receiving countries, but for different reasons. Nationalists uniformly denounce migration, while those in the sending countries lament the loss of population and human capital, those in the receiving world focus on greater labor market competition and the decline in community and cultural cohesiveness. Next, final diagram. Benefits of migration. Next one, please. Benefits of migration in both instances are more long-term and more difficult to grasp. And it is partly because of that opponents, as today, gain the upper hand, supporting nationalist and populist leaders that promise to stop or drastically reduce immigration. That actually would be a policy, a quasi-suicidal policy in the long term for receiving countries. But in my view, that is not going to happen. That is the opposition from the cult that is a nationalist right that supports verbally the administration cannot overcome the power of economic actors at both ends of the economy, of American agriculture and American high-tech industries that are intrinsically dependent on the continuing flow of migration. The recent rise of native populism threatens to give restrictionists the political upper hand, eliminating or drastically reducing flows of both labor migrants and refugees. While such short-term outcomes will certainly bring satisfaction to the followers of Trump and other nationalist leaders in Europe, long-term, they would have disastrous consequences for the reasons that we have seen and the reasons that the history of capitalism tell us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We turn it over now to Dr. Marcellin.
Okay. Can you authorize me to share screen? Hello? Let's see.
Yes, we see you.
Okay. No, I'm trying to share my screen. Well, okay, it doesn't work.
Brandon, can you please help?
Okay. Can the technician help me? Okay, in the meantime. Share screen. Yeah.
Share screen is enabled.
It's enabled now. Okay, wonderful. Okay. Well, it doesn't work. It seems that it doesn't work. Let me see. So it doesn't work. So I'm going to read my comments for the sake of time, and I wanted you to read what I'm reading, just because of the fact that I know that through the accent a lot of stuff may go by, and some concepts may not well understood, but because of the way I read. But anyway, I mean, this is a fascinating panel. In fact, usually that's the kind of thing that we repeat all the time. But this is really fascinating because it has touched so many different avenues, so many different topics, from remittances in the time of COVID, going to the global processes, that affect the transformation of capitalism in society and global world, and then to the way that the, migrants and migrations is being treated at this, within the state and beyond the state borders. So I examine these excellent presentation through the lens of inequality, taking into account while addressing the sustainable development goals. So I use the concept of the inequality because it emerged in all of your interventions so clearly. So it has to be, there is a narrative there that connects everybody, although by doing so, I acknowledge that I will not do justice to each of your presentation, of course. So it's just to open the discussion. So there is a growing political and policy interest in the impact of inequality on human development and well-being. Inequality is not only intrinsically unfair, it also makes the achievement of human development more difficult by hindering economic progress, weakening democratic life, threatening social cohesion, and potentially creating conflict. This is particularly evident when a multidimensional definition of well-being is adopted, one that goes beyond material aspects of life to include relational and subjective aspects. What I consider cynical is that all spheres of power in the global north and global south are well aware of the importance of inequality in crippling human development. Otherwise, inequality would not be pinpointed in the Sustainable Development Goal, the Agenda 2030, which aims to reduce both vertical inequalities among individuals and households, usually using income, and horizontal inequalities between groups, socially or culturally defined, for example, gender, age, ethnicity, and religion. Yet, as Professor Delgado Wise pointed out, there is ample evidence that inequalities are actually increasing. The more the dominant narratives on improvements in economic growth in the world are gaining traction, the wider the gaps in income inequality has increased, and human development index degraded in nearly all regions in the world in recent decades, albeit at different rates. With a concentration of wealth and power that globally absorbs, sucks resources, labor, and brains, the widening of these gaps can hardly be a surprise. Alongside growing concern about the developmental implication of inequality, there has been a parallel increased interest in the relationship between migration and development. Recent decades have seen significant shifts in this scale. Diversity and direction of international migration flows for work, education, family reunion, or protection, with migration increasingly recognized as not only an economic process, but one with significant social, political, and technological dimensions. There was a time when migration was thought of having wide-ranging implications for delivery of the Sustainable Development Goals, most notably through its potential to reduce poverty, SDG 1, and income inequalities, SDG 10, by opening opportunities for decent work, SDG 8, and through disrupting inequalities associated with unequal structures, including those based on gender and age, SDG 5. The rationale remains the same today. Migration can contribute to positive development outcomes. For example, migrants and their families may benefit from increased income, skills, and capacities, allowing them to spend more on basic needs, access education and health services, make investment, and reduce inequalities, directly impacting those very SDGs that states and governments have endorsed. But the potential for migration to reduce inequality and contribute to the development is neither straightforward nor inevitable. Migration is a highly visible reflection of global inequalities, whether in terms of wages, labor market opportunities, or lifestyles, and can both create new inequalities and exacerbate existing ones, as Professor Portes argued. Yet, Not everyone has equal access to the benefits of migration. Migration often reflects on and reinforces existing spatial structural and social inequalities, including those related to gender and age and income. As Professor Iskender implies, inequalities can also result from increased barriers to migration, irregular and precarious migration, poor labor conditions, and lack of rights for migrants and their families. Indeed, income inequalities in countries of origin can be expected to increase with international migration. This is because the poorest of the poor seldom have the means to migrate. Of note is that the dominant thinking on development, as embraced by global elites and their think tanks, is a model centered on economic growth that is cannibalizing the environment and put the planet at risk. It is an unsustainable model. Even when considering this model, there are no consistent efforts to mainstream in migration in development policies or of development in migration policies. Again, this is not for lack of visibility, and please forgive my cynicism. The Global Forum on Migration and Development, Global Knowledge Partnership on Migration and Development, GNOMAD, UN Joint Migration and Development Initiative, Global Migration Group, all of them bring together international organizations and policymakers to better understand the complex relationships between migration and development. International organizations, including IOM, ILO, OECD, UNDP, etc., have examined these different dimensions. All acknowledge that there are currently significant gaps in evidence, conceptualization, and understanding. Moreover, two parallel global compacts on refugees and safe, orderly, and regular migration are still being negotiated by states. Still, there are no concrete actions by governments and states. Instead, the rise of nationalism cripples any immediate hope of change, even in countries that carry the perpetual claims of being the saviors of the world, fine product of Western civilization. Yet, as for the vexing problem of inequalities, migration is also included in several goals and targets by the Sustainable Development Goal, formulated again by global elite policymakers in the world. For example, migrant workers are explicitly considered in SDG 8 on economic growth and decent work. Trafficking is addressed as part of SDG 16 on peaceful societies. Yet both inequality and migration continue to play subordinate roles in development policies and programming. While SDGs 5 and 10 signal a commitment to reducing specific aspects of inequality, there is limited recognition of how gender, age, and income inequalities can undermine or contribute to delivery of the 2030 agenda more generally. And while migration affects the delivery of most goals across the 2030 agenda, there are few mention of its implication for delivery of the SDGs beyond migration management. So why has nothing happened to address inequality, migration, and sustainable development? Part of the answers come from Professor Delgado Wise. Global networks of monopoly capital, disembodied exploitation of labor, imperial innovation system, you name it. Is it a lost battle? What are the possibilities? Professor Iskender proposes a rupture with methodological nationalism that dominates most approaches on transnational migration. She calls for an effort to interrogate the ways in which we imagine nations, borders, us and them. An effort that should logically question models of national development policies and ideologies. This conceptual political project makes sense because in the midst of global exuberance, protected by increased militarization of borders, ghettos, and apartheidization of the world, migration as a phenomenon resists. Thinking forward, these outstanding presenters challenge assumptions about the relationship between inequality, migration, and development in the following ways. By challenging existing conceptual and disciplinary silos, including how we theorize, present, and represent, and measure development. Recognizing complex interrelationship between different migration processes and experiences, and the overlapping, sometimes contradictory policy and legal categories that interpret and contain them. Mainstreaming the analysis of migration into a broader understanding of development policies and practice, as well as considering the relationship between migration policies and those oriented towards sectors such as the labor market, agriculture, health, resettling rights and human capabilities in the analysis of migrant needs and aspirations. Examining the use of skill categories to limit freedom of movement and now access to political rights in ways that have become increasingly salient with the hardening borders and the pressures of climate change. Of course, with these challenges come responsibilities. Thus my question to the panel. What bottom-up approach is possible? Is agency of migrants possible? Most of the conceptual discussion here, not all, but is dominated by migration from the global south to the north. What about south-south migration? How should we open our framework to the perspective from the south and more attention to south-south migration? All of the presenters call for paradigm shift in the study of migration, immigrants, migrants, refugees, etc. This shift calls for a more migrant-centered approach to help unveil other dimensions of the puzzling challenges. How plausible and effective can a migrant-centered approach be to expand our understanding of these global and planetary transformations? Migrants create new cosmographies and spatial transnational configurations, as Professor Eislinger was mentioning. How do we generate creative methodological approaches and scholarship to capture new cosmographies of mobility? And finally, how can we look at the ways that migrant workers transform the economic development policies of their origin countries? I remember Professor Portes was insisting on the fact that the community level data that we have on studies on impact on countries of origin do not have the theoretical and methodological wherewithal to get to a serious understanding and representation of trends that are going on in terms of transformation. So how can we look at the ways that migrant workers transform the economic development policies of their own countries? I know that we have a lot to say, and I promise that I am going to stay for only 8 minutes. And I hope that my 10 minutes didn't upset the rule. But congratulations, and thank you very much for inviting me to read these excellent papers. And there are a lot to discuss, and I let it to you guys.
Thank you. There's a question for Dr. Iskander. It is as follows. In Italy and Europe, the current situation of the pandemic has significantly affected the situation of illegal immigrant workers on the streets, such as window washers at streetlights or workers in small shops, many of whom have lost their jobs. The situation is seen in Europe and West Africa. Is the situation that appears to have also occurred in the Americas and in particularly Central America?
Shall I answer, Scarlett?
Please.
Thanks. Part of the difficulty in answering this question is that there's a data constraint. The data for remittances are at the point of receipt and not at the point of sending. So I can't actually say the remittances sent from X, Y, and Z country are higher or lower by region. Some countries do trace outflow, but really most of the tracking is at the inflow point. So there's a data constraint there. Nevertheless, if you look at the reason that remittances have not declined, the socioeconomic analysis of why the remittances have not declined, it's a similar picture, right? So people have lost their jobs. They are not receiving, in many cases, the state support that other workers have received, especially if they're undocumented, or in the US, if they're part of mixed status families. But that does not mean that remittances have dropped. And the reason that this appears as counterintuitive is that we see remittances in our analysis of them from a migration and development point of view as separate from other family expenditures, and they are not. It would be like saying, you are going to make a nuanced decision about whether to pay for your mother's healthcare or your child's nutrition. These are calculations that are not subject to the kind of economic calculations that models of remittances that view them as monies assume. So people have gone to desperate measures in order to continue to send remittances and indeed increase them to meet emergency needs. Things like dipping into savings, things like working additional jobs, things like relocating to find work that is appropriate, and most importantly and most significantly, working in hazardous conditions. So this, I think, is a common dynamic. I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much. Are there any comments?
Yes, I have a question for Raul, if I may. It's about sites of resistance in the system that you describe. In the basic Hirschman model of exit versus voice, those who migrate have chosen exit, whether they're in the Cuban, Venezuelan category of high social and economic capital, or even if they just go to do agricultural work. And are subject to the exploitation of the systems you mentioned. But then I wonder, there are those in places like the maquiladoras who have subjected themselves to this new form of labor exploitation, but because they have not left the country, in principle at least, they retain a level of voice. So one would expect or think that perhaps one would see in those areas resistance, strike activity, mobilization, some pushback against the machine of global or multinational exploitation that you describe. But do we see it, or I haven't seen it, and it's there, or it's not there?
Well, I've seen it a lot in Mexico. Just to answer your question. But the problem with the maquiladoras, they are basically enclaves in Mexico. They have different rules and different regulations. They cannot have unions in the maquiladora, so they cannot really go against the rebellion. And there is such a volume of surplus population in Mexico after structural adjustment programs. 60% of the population is in the informal sector. So it's really the industrial apparatus in Mexico was dismantled and replaced by these maquiladoras. And maquiladoras cannot hire as much people as they were expelled by the dismantling of the industrial sector and also the agricultural sector and many other things that structural adjustment programs face. But I want to say another thing. I hope this more or less answers your question. But the comment by Luis, I think, was very, very interesting. And I want to say another thing regarding this. I did also what Alejandro mentioned. What we have been trying to move is to move against the dominant narrative that criminalizes migrants and migration. And what I was trying to see also is that we can move in the sense of bottom-up approaches, which is not only the unions in the maquiladoras, but something that is emerging. We organize I've been participating in all the editions of the Global Forum on Migration and Development, but that's a space that has very little possibilities to change things. We organize, and I've been also participant in the World Social Forum on Migration, which is much more a bottom-up approach, and it's really starting to move. And the last thing we discussed in Mexico in 2018, and this is starting to move, is to promote a global network of sanctuary, solidarity, and welcoming sustainable cities all over the world. That's starting to move as a quite interesting strategy against the criminalization of migrants, because they are not public enemies in those spaces. They are huge spaces, and in which they are not seen by the normal population in everyday life. So this is, for instance, just an example of these possibilities. And another very quick point. What we have to understand is that we are facing new, severe, brutal forms of unequal exchange, which are really moving deeper the asymmetries among countries and social inequalities. Maquiladoras imply the transfer of all the surplus abroad. No? It's the worst modality of unequal exchange that you can imagine. Also, this transfer of skilled labor is also brutal in what we are exchanging. But the last point I want to mention is that we have to understand that migration, and I'm following a little what Alejandro said, is also a modality of unequal exchange. And we have to understand that in a very, very deep way. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. If there are no other questions, we will take a lunch recess until 1 p.m.
Can I say something? Can I say something? Before that, just take one minute first. In answer to Louis' question, definitely the south-to-south movements have to have greater relevance in the general picture of the study of development than they have had before. That's very important. I think that a good part of south-to-south migration is refugee migration, is escaping from different situations, and that contrasts with south-to-north migration. The reason being that usually countries in the south only exceptionally have a structural need for foreign labor because of the very character of their peripheral economies. That need exists primarily in the north. I like in particular Raul's reference to workers in special export zones as migrants in place. That is, they have actually the function of migrants that go abroad, but instead of being transported, they are in the place. But the fact that there are all the hundreds of special export zones, in addition to thousands and thousands of H2 agricultural and low-skilled workers coming to the United States, and thousands of H1B professional and technical workers coming in today, highlights a point with which I wanted to end, namely the gap between what people, that is what politicians or people in the country say and what they do. Because while in the nativist political discourse is keep them all out and build that wall in the border and so on, the reality is not there. That is, American ranchers and agriculturists still depend on foreign labor. Foreign laborers have become even more important in the times of the pandemic as essential workers, both in agriculture and service, and they continue to operate and expand the patent-making machinery that you refer to in Silicon Valley. So there is a reality of political economy that underlies, and to a certain extent, in that sense, the anti-immigrant political discourse of Trump and others is serving today what these anti-immigrant discourses have always served in the past, namely to demonize immigrants and therefore render their position in the labor market and in the society even weaker, often to the benefit of their employers.
I wanted to say something rapidly before we conclude. It was fascinating listening to Professor Iskander's experience with remittances. We were in, my research team is doing a similar work in Haiti. I mean, not just Haiti, but Haiti, Brazil, in the whole corridor of circulation of Haitians. And what we have seen, it was interesting. By April, we have remittances have been plummeted, but then you see remittances continue through other forms, particularly the medical exchanges, the exchanges of remedies. And what we have observed in Miami even are traditional medicine, traditional remedies going from Haiti to here for people to address the issue of COVID, because they are avoiding being stigmatized as Black and as, always Haitians were stigmatized as a disease bearers and HIV bearers and so on and so on. And it becomes a kind of a form of a repackaging, that allows us to re-understand what kind of exchanges, in terms of knowledge, in terms of circulations that are being done. And the COVID offered an excellent opportunity for us to gather data. And this is a kind of conversation I would like to continue with you, of course, after this, but these really attract my attention.
Can I just say one quick thing on Alejandro's point? I think, Alejandro, your point is excellent about the fact that you are undermining the labor market standing of migrants. But I would add that the use of immigration policy and rhetoric undermines the position of non-migrant workers as well. That the effects do not just fall on migrants, that the idea that you can have a category of workers whose lives are not worth protecting, whose lives can be sacrificed to the economy, stems from immigration policy, but applies to workers far beyond. So I think that's something that I would just add here. And in terms of the South-South migration, Luis, that you pointed out, I would say that the same strategies of immigration control are emerging in South-South migration to a large extent at the behest of the global North. But they are also structuring the kind of migration flows. If you look at migration to South Africa, for example, you see the same kind of structural immigration policy structuring the labor market. And so I think it's important to pay attention to the export of these models as well through deliberate tide aid interventions. Thanks for a great discussion, everyone.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Great discussion indeed.
Thank you all. I think now we will go to a lunch recess and resume at 1 o'clock.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock.
Welcome back. We move now to the third session, International Migration and the Transnational Response from Below. To those of you in the audience, there's a Q&A feature for this webinar. Feel free to ask questions at any point, and we will get to them at the end of each session. The distinguished panelists for this session are as follows. Thomas Feist is a professor of sociology of transnationalization, migration and development at Bielefeld University in Germany. His areas of expertise include migration, social policy, citizenship, and immigration. His latest book is called The Transnationalized Social Question, Migration and the Politics of Inequalities in the 21st Century, published last year by the Oxford University Press. Dr. Feist is a member of the North Rhine-Westphalen Academy of Sciences, Humanities, and the Arts. Johan Sandberg is Associate Senior Lecturer in the Department of Sociology and the Director of Studies of the Master of Science program in the International Development and Management at Lund University. Dr. Sandberg focuses on international migration, social policy transformations, socioeconomic development, quantitative research methods, amongst others. His current research entails 3 projects, many of which in the fields of migration. Nina Glick Schiller is a senior research partner at the Max Planck Institute for the Study of Religious and Ethnic Diversity, professor of anthropology at the University of New Hampshire, and former director of the Cosmopolitan Cultures Institute at the University of Manchester. Her co-authored book, Nations Unbound, marked a turning point with the inception of what has been called the transnational perspective and even transnational paradigm in migration studies. Her work on global migration has led to a wealth of papers, book chapters, as well as highly influential books. Margarita Rodriguez's research on international migration and issues related to the Latinx population has encompassed several countries and population groups and has been grounded in a global, transnational, and historical perspectives, potentially world systems analysis. It has been both theoretically and field work driven, including different areas of the Americas and Spain. Her publications include 3 books. 1 as a single author and 2 as co-editor, as well as papers and book chapters, and she has produced research reports for different organizations. Dr. Rodriguez has an extensive teaching portfolio of both graduate and undergraduate courses on migration issues. Her scholarly affiliations have included the Department of Sociology at Princeton University as a visiting research fellow, and she is currently affiliated with the Sociology Department at the University of Miami and the Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas. Together with Alejandro Portes, she is co-organizer of this event. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Feist.
Thank you, Scarlett. Good afternoon, everybody. I'd like to thank Alejandro and Margarita for inviting me to share some thoughts on a topic that has been mentioned quite often already, namely climate change and migration. Doing so, I would like to share the screen. I hope it'll work. Okay. So what I want to do this afternoon is to look at climate migration, but not as climate migration, but as part of a larger question of social inequality, or what's sometimes been called the social question into Anthropocene, in the human-made era of environmental destruction. The question or the issue I start with is that what's called climate migration is considered a considerable societal challenge. But how can we conceptualize the politics of migration in the context of climate change? And my proposition is that the research on climate change and migration needs to move beyond narrow concepts such as climate migration or climate refugees, and look at migration and mobility, spatial mobility more generally, as part of the transnationalized social question. And by that I mean the politicization of social inequalities in a transnational space made up by migrants, but also by states. But let me start with some facts. There have been lots of prognosis around looking at the expected millions of people who are supposed to be displaced by 2050 or in the next few decades. The World Bank estimates this to be 140 million people. Christian Aid even offered more about 13 years ago, spoke of 700 million people. And these figures refer mostly to internally displaced, but also internationally displaced persons. And indeed, when we look at the figures available right now, for example, from the Internal Displacement Monitoring Center in Geneva, we see that there are about 25 million people internally displaced in 2019 alone. And that's more than 3 times those displaced by violence and conflict. And similar numbers you could find when you look at international migration, although the numbers would be lower. And over the past 2 to 3 decades, there have been a number of conceptual efforts to capture climate change and migration. We all have heard of environmental migrants, of environmental refugees, of climate refugees. But I would like to cast some doubt on such categorizations, and I think they're not very helpful if we want to understand climate change, or I would call it more broadly, environmental destruction and social inequalities. First, as it's well known, migration is multi-causal. And when we look at the research over the past 20 years, most of it found that climate change did play a role, but together with other political economic factors. Migration also has so far occurred predominantly in slow onset situations, not weather-related disasters displacing millions of people, although that could occur in the future. But my main point here is that environmental destruction not only increases mobility of people, but also it decreases mobility of people, and we speak of trapped populations. And that's been one of the main insights of the UK Foresight Report of 2011. Now, we could say, summarizing the research, that climate change is not the ultimate cause, but one of the proximate drivers of displacement, as also emphasized this morning by Doug Massey. And when we look at not just correlations between climate change and migration rates, but look at mechanisms such as in the literature suggested, Saskia Sassen has referred to it earlier this morning, land grabbing and resulting expulsion, but there are many others. They point to social inequalities and transformations. And I think that one useful point to study the politics around climate change and migration would be to look at this double transformation of society and ecology. Karl Marx referred to the fact that capitalism produces irreconcilabilities between nature and society. It has later been called metabolic rift. And his main argument in the Capital Volume 1 and 3 was to say that capitalist accumulation undermines two sources of wealth. Well, labor as a source of wealth by exploitation, and nature, land as a source of wealth by subjugating it and extracting resources in an unsustainable way. Now, if that's true, if that's a feasible kind of perspective on the transformation of society and ecology, we need to speak of a nexus of society and ecology. And climate change, climate migration, the underlying destruction of the environment is part of a transnationalized social question. And what do I mean by transnationalized social question? Is the politicization of social inequalities. That's what makes up a social question, not just the inequalities. And the new kind of phenomenon we are facing today is not unlike the 19th and much of the 20th century, the old social question, which was solved by national welfare states in various incarnations, but as the new social question, which is a transnational challenge or a transnationalized challenge. It plays on various scales, local, national, regional, that namely the harm visited upon vulnerable persons and groups, be that in the global south or the global north, are due to actions of distant others, often across borders. And what I want to do now is to look more closely at the politics around the transnationalized social questions, offering some conceptual ideas. When we look at the transnationalized social question, it is helpful to approach it with a simple 2x2 table, basically. On the vertical, you see the two dimensions, the economic one and the cultural one. Are migrants economically wanted and or are they culturally welcome? On the horizontal, you can say, well, they're economically wanted, culturally welcome, yes or no. And that goes along with immigration policies, which are, in the case, they're economically wanted and culturally welcome, expansive. And in the other case, if they're not welcome or wanted, restrictive. Now, with that very simple typology, one could look at or start with the meta mechanisms, so to speak. In the first upper left-hand cell, market liberalization, there is very clear that migrants are regarded as human capital. And you could extend it to the ecological question, nature as an exploitable resource in a very strong ideal typical way. And that's the logic of the competition state. And there is a puzzle, which is, I call, for lack of a better term, the welfare puzzle. namely the fact that market liberalization is countered, at least partially, by decommodification, by the fact that labor is regulated by occupational safety and health regulations and by other standards, but also that there is even an income to be made outside the labor market. So citizens and migrants are thought of as bearers of social rights. I will go later more deeply in the ecological side of the welfare state, which is deeply ambivalent, that on the one hand, there are jobs profits, which point towards restrictive policies, but there are and less ecological intervention, whereas social cost externalities, which are produced by industrial production, for example, harm people and harm the ecology. So you have a puzzle here in that capital is quite mobile. For example, physical capital, financial capital, but that human capital or labor is not as mobile. We know the reasons why. The institutional setup of the welfare state could not tolerate totally open borders in order to uphold certain kinds of arrangements, such as bargaining between employers and unions. When you go down from the economic realm to the cultural one, there is a liberal puzzle, as it's been called often, namely between the rights revolution in the state of the rule of law versus culturalization and securitization of migration, which emanates from nationalist tendencies in the national state. In view of the rights revolution, migrants and refugees are to be regarded as having human and cultural rights, not only citizens, but also migrants, even irregular ones. And in direct extension, climate change or environmental destruction calls for increased protection. And that's diametrically opposed to the culturalization effect, namely that migration is considered a threat to allegedly homogeneous national cultures. And in this case, the extension can be made to the ecological realm, that migrants threaten the ecological balance. So it's the old story of demography in a newly dressed up, so to speak. And it's a liberal puzzle because from the point of view of the national state, as we know, there is a sovereign right to determine who enters state territory, whereas from the point of view of the rule of law, once people have entered, they are supposed to have and to enjoy certain minimal human rights. Now I want to go into each one of these cells. First, into the cell of market liberalization. There, adaptation is often discussed as under the label of resilience, as absorption of external shocks. And it implies, it's coming from mathematical and ecological theory, and implies persistence without systems change. And one of the kind of examples given for such resilience is often transnational migrant remittances. However, as we know, you could view it from other points of view as well, of course, but when you look at it as used from a market liberal point of view, it shifts responsibilities partly from states' economic policy to migrants' remittances, although that's not the whole story. But the whole concept of resilience doesn't seem to me to be quite useful for social systems. Not only is it power blind, but it legitimates earlier conditions, namely the conditions before disaster struck. Think of Hurricane Katrina in 2005. The bouncing back to earlier conditions means bouncing back to conditions which led to the catastrophe and the disaster in the first place. When we move to the second cell, the welfare state cell, so to speak, it gets more interesting. It becomes more interesting because of the ecological ambivalence you find in welfare state politics. Their environmental legislation is often very timid because it supposedly lowers profits and wages. Yet there is still, even from a welfare state point of view, a very heavy emphasis which contradicts this perspective, namely the concept of social costs, the externalities that translate into harms for humans, the loss of land, the loss of jobs, of unemployment, and which is directly related to forced migration, or trapped populations. So this is in a way very interesting. When we now move down to the lower left-hand cell, the rights revolution, mind you, the kind of the immigration policy would run in a very similar line as the market liberal policy, although for very different reasons. And the same applies to environmental destruction. Here, the main idea is that you address vulnerability of populations by extending human rights to groups in need of protection, be that in the global south or in the global north. And one of the main instruments that has been is either international law and national law. There have been, for example, efforts by Dutch colleagues to include climate refugees into international conventions as part of what's sometimes called with a grand label climate justice. Now, as we all know, that has been very difficult because the UNHCR has argued that such an expansion of its mandate would not guarantee that it can really fulfill its tasks anymore. Now, what's interesting here is that often in a rights revolution perspective, there has been by transnational organizations or NGOs, think for example of Amnesty International, a kind of a dramatization of the levels of climate migration, especially in the early 2000s, in the mid-10s, when it came to making forecasts about the numbers and the millions of people which would be displaced. And you find this dramatization also in the culturalization perspective, but for very different reasons again. There we find a threat to alleged cultural homogeneity, as I said, yes, and even from culturalization to securitization, that migrants are sometimes even regarded as incarnation of threats. Just think of terrorist threats. When it comes to environmental destruction and climate change and the migration connected to it, the arguments you find in the political discourse, especially in European countries, is that migration not only changes the demography of society, which is very clear, but that this leads to a kind of overpopulation, which would be a threat to the national ecological carrying capacity. So it's a direct kind of dramatization which doesn't look at migrants as human rights bearers, but as the incarnation of threats and of evil, so to speak. But what do we make of it? And I'll call this, instead of a conclusion, nullius in verba, nobody's word is final, of course. What we find when we look at this setup, we see that the transnationalized social question produces what Ari Zolberg quite some time ago called strange bedfellows, which cuts across the welfare and the liberal puzzles. Because the more open borders are propagated by market liberals and cultural pluralists, where more closed ones are propagated by social protectionists and cultural conservatives, or even right-wing extremists. This is in a very ideal, typical way. So there are structural reasons for the politics which we find around climate change and migration, especially the almost impossibility of a left liberal coalition. Yet there is a kind of an entry we find in that, unlike the logic of the competition state, of the rule of law, of the national state, the welfare state has a very ambiguous stance towards ecological and social questions. And this is what will make the politics of climate change and migration, as the politics of the transnationalized social question, very interesting in the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We now turn to Dr. Sandberg.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much, Alejandro Portes and Margarita Rodriguez, for hosting this great event and also for giving me the opportunity to present some of the results on immigrant transnational organizations in Sweden. Could you please, next slide? So what I would like to present here today and tie it into some of the earlier presentations, hopefully, is research where we have analyzed some 52 Swedish immigrant transnational associations. I'm going to call them CITOs from here on, that have received state support. We have collected data from annual reports to the responsible Swedish ministry, as well as interview with organizational leaders. Our research is in line with major comparative projects on immigrant organizations, primarily the CIOP, that ran out of Princeton University by Alejandro Portes and Patricia Fernandez-Kelly. And apart from not being included in these major projects, Sweden constitutes an interesting case as immigrant organizations date back to 1800s with official state support since 1966. Furthermore, our country is in the midst of a demographic change with close to 20% of the 10 million plus population being born in another country. That's quite high if you remember Doug Massey's slide. And that number comes to 25% when including persons born in Sweden with both parents born in another country. Statistics of Sweden has recently attributed some 70% of population growth in Sweden in 2019 to immigration. But there are also two other aspects why Sweden is interesting. The first being that Sweden is very active in overseas development assistance. And we also recently experienced the refugee crisis in 2015 and onward. Next slide, please. So if we look at the general results, in a grounded approach, we code the most frequent activities. And in general, we can see that most CITOs concentrate their operations in between 3 to 7 activities. And we will later get in presentation to what they're focusing on. It's worth mentioning that activities focusing on preserving ethnic or home country cultures attract the greatest number of CITOs, followed by political activities in Sweden, such as manifestations, opinion, and lobbying activities. We do detect surprisingly low percentages of CITOs providing members with labor market support on the one hand, and engaging in development work in their home country on the other. I will get back to those two later in the presentation, as they misalign from other European cases. Although it's difficult to categorize directions of transnational activities, in line with existing research on CITOs, we do find that in spite of high incidence in cultural activities, they tend to focus more on host country directed or host country related activities than those pertaining to their countries of origin. Next slide, please. In spite of found heterogeneity, in line with European cases in the CIOP, we find that migration histories, time spent in Sweden, and the diverse modes of incorporation in Sweden, they do impact on CITO's trajectories. And these are indirectly, although perhaps too generally, captured in a typology that we use based on the post-war immigration waves to Sweden as defined by the Swedish Migration Agency. And apart from the timing of establishment, these waves pertain to different types of immigration, different migration policies, and partly different regions of sending countries. It does entail the change in the overall migration regime in Sweden, whereby waves 1 and 2 pertain mostly to industrial growth period and labor force immigrants. And from then on, it has been increasingly dominated by refugees, either immigrating or reuniting with families. And also we see from a strong dominance on European immigrants to more towards non-European immigrants. And interestingly, what we see is that there are important observations at the endpoints where the youngest CITOs are the least represented among those with most activities and clearly dominant among those with fewest activities. Next slide, please. But if we move along and we do get into the difficult categorization of host country focused and home country focused along this typology, we do see that older organizations such as Type 1 and Type 2, they do not provide labor market support in Sweden. And relatively few of they do relatively few activities in what we call non-labor integration. anything from language training to help with documentation. And that is arguably due to the fact that the CITOs ethnic groups in these earlier waves are comparatively well integrated in Swedish society. Types 3 and 4 pertain largely to refugee-dominated immigration groups, of which some of the ethnic groups remain marginalized on the Swedish labor market, hence their focus on labor market integration efforts. We see that type 5 CITOs, or the youngest organizations, they provide surprisingly limited labor market support activities, considering the fact that this type is primarily made up of non-European, refugee-dominated immigration groups with difficulties entering the Swedish labor market. However, I should alert you to the fact that one weakness of our typology is that type 5 includes completely different CITOs also established in the fifth wave, such as Chinese and Russian organizations. The non-labor activities are, as expected, predominantly undertaken by those organizations representing ethnic groups arrive in large numbers as refugees. And these are found across the wave 3, 4, and 5. They include Syrian, Iraqi, and Somalian groups. Political activities in Sweden are undertaken to a much higher degree by better established CITOs, arguably with larger social networks and more familiar with Swedish politics and media. Those findings align with most European cases in the CIOP study. Next slide, please. If we turn to home country activities or activities directed towards home country, we do see in the Swedish case that the vast majority of organizations retain ties with their home country and ethnic culture, where all types score an average above 70% in incidence. And while those cultural ties are retained rather uniformly, development projects in home countries are predominantly performed by the older, better established CITOs. While this is in line with European cases in the CIOP study, we do also see examples of the bloc transnationalism that Alejandro Portes talked about before, in some CITOs that are actively opposed to any assistance in their country of origin. We see that primarily among the Iranians, but also to some degree in some of the Syrian associations. The Somalians ought to be mentioned as outliers in the younger organizations in the latest wave. It is an organization with significant co-development work with the Swedish aid organization, one of the few. Should also mention at this point that ongoing analysis of where we break down development work indicates that most of the development work pertain to fundraising and emergency relief, which we could categorize as organizational management of remittances, followed by capacity building, with most projects tied to material resources in health and education sectors. Again, the organizational management of remittances ought to be looked into more deeply because Sweden has estimates of quite low remittances, only at 0.6% of GDP according to the World Bank. And that should be compared with a world average of 4.65% of GDP. And one plausible reason behind that could be the high levels of family dependence that do immigrate to Sweden. And that would certainly be something worth looking into. Finally, the home country political activities, keeping up with such as providing information on home politics and elections in the countries of origin, are rather more frequent among type 1, with the lowest frequency among the newer organizations. And here again, we assume that type 5 CITOs, those are the youngest organizations, that they are heavily focused on, first of all, host country integration. We are currently finalizing the enhancement of our typology, where we end up comparing activities and organizational features across 4 ideal type CITOs to see if we could further theorize on the Swedish case. Could I have the next slide, please? What I would like to spend most time on today is the fact that we have identified a set of factors that arguably inhibit or crowd out CITO activities. And this taps into existing research by Portes, Fernandez Kelly, and others. And I think it's important, first of all, to keep in mind that Sweden misaligns with findings in Western European cases, where governments have been pursuing policies with immigrant organizations aimed at either accelerating integration or preventing future flows, or both. We do not see such a role in the case of Sweden, and that is in spite of the 2015 refugee crisis. The role hasn't been changed. It continues to be a very ambiguous role assigned by the state to CITOs. And that ambiguous role have caused important paradoxes. While there is an old debate as to CITO's role between, on the one hand, barriers of multiculturalism, and on the other hand, integration in a Swedish corporativist model, there is an inherent paradox between the historic multicultural role assigned to CITOs already in the 1960s and the state's pursuit of universalism and assimilation in key policy areas such as labor market policies. Regardless of the ongoing debate, the findings that we have here of CITOs having a residual role in labor market efforts, in contrast to, for instance, the Dutch case, and hardly any co-development initiatives, in sharp contrast to the Spanish case, indicates that CITOs activities are inhibited by what you could call a clientelist dependency on state support, while the key areas of transnational activities are indeed dominated by state agencies in Sweden. However, such clientelism is rather subtle, since the CITOs enjoy a high degree of autonomy with limited oversight by the state. And in a situation that we would like to argue is more of a situation of being sidelined or crowded out in areas such as labor market support, where the Swedish Employment Agency has not engaged CITOs, and in development work, where co-development involving CITOs remain but a possibility that the state development agencies are investigating further. So in summary, we see that Sweden constitutes an ideal case for studying immigrant transnational organizations in a state cooperativist model, in an entrenched welfare state, where the role of these types of organizations deviates from other European contexts and non-European contexts even more in important ways. We also see that comparative analysis with other country cases indicate alignments of the Swedish case with existing country case studies on particular parameters. But Sweden misaligns in quite important ways with limited activities pertaining to labor market integration and home country development work. Furthermore, it's important to highlight that the heterogeneity across organizations in Sweden, and also in our comparative analysis across European countries primarily, offers an opportunity for further enhancement of both categorization of transnational activities and typologies that would increase our theoretical understanding of immigrant transnational organizations in different contexts. That is I would like to open up for discussions, and hopefully I didn't go too quickly with the time constraints, but I do find Sweden being a deviant case that should be compared on many different levels with the other cases on that which Alejandro Portes talks about on organizations as being the unit of analysis in migration. It is rather remarkable that we have seen no change in the role assigned to the Swedish immigrant organizations, although the country has recently gone through quite a rapid change, demographic change, and of course the refugee crisis in 2015. Thank you for listening.
Am I next?
Yes.
Okay, is Maria ready with my slides? Maria? Hello?
Yes, I am. They're coming.
Okay. In the meantime, I'd like to also thank the organizers of this conference, Alejandro and Margarita, and also Maria and Brandon, the technical support. Thank you for putting that up, Maria. Okay. In this brief presentation, Could you put up the next slide, please? In this brief presentation, I deploy 4 key concepts that migration scholars can use to address the pressing, multiple, intersecting crises that we face. The concepts are multiscalar, historical conjuncture, accumulation by dispossession, and dispossariat. At this moment in history, it is urgent that we have a conceptual framework that places the study of migration within a global perspective and that we act on the insights we gain from our analysis. So in many ways, I'm going to be speaking about the topics and themes touched on by other people in this conference, but providing a conceptual framework which I suggest may weave them together. Let's begin by thinking about time, power, and crisis, building on lessons from my immigrant family. My father's father, a Jewish carpenter from Belarus, which was part of Tsarist Russia when he migrated, died in the flu epidemic of 1918 after settling in New York City. He left behind my grandmother, Rebecca Zaretsky, pictured there, pregnant and with 3 children, aged 8 and younger. At the time, Grandma could not speak English and was not a citizen. She had ties back home to her parents and siblings to whom she wrote letters for more than 50 years. But she could not return home in 1918, and her family could not help her, nor could she help them. Rebecca faced the border closings and broken lines of communication that marked World War I, the Russian Revolution, and the pandemic. She confronted the US Red Scare, anti-immigrant nativism, anti-Semitism, and the lack of social welfare. But Rebecca survived. Obtaining an illegal abortion, Rebecca worked in a Jewish orphanage where she brought her children to live so they wouldn't starve. She then built networks in New York City and Detroit with distant kin, found an apartment, took in boarders while she and her daughter slept in the apartment's living room. There was no welfare, as there would not be today for non-citizens, only kin-based charity and private charity. The wealthy Guggenheim family helped her, although Grandma refused to give her daughter to them for adoption. At first glance, my grandmother's pandemic story, including the closing of borders, death, and impoverishment, seems hauntingly similar to the conditions that confront many migrants worldwide today. However, she faced barriers and opportunities that were different from contemporary challenges. In significant ways, the multiscalar networks of unequal power, which were part and parcel of Rebecca's actions and life trajectory, constituted a dramatically different set of conditions than we see today. She found work in the flourishing garment industry in New York City, expanding public services and workplace and housing regulations, a product of the struggles of unions, feminists, and urban reformers, gave her safe working and living conditions and the ability to become a citizen. Understanding multiscalar networks contributes to the analysis of Grandma's story and every migrant story. Rebecca found opportunities and her children even prospered within the contradictions of a historical conjuncture of an expanding, globally dominant US imperial military industrial complex. Next slide, please. The concept of multiscalar names something we experience every day, but often don't confront because we lack an adequate concept to encompass this domain of experience. By multiscalar, I mean that we live within interconnected and entangled social, economic, political, and cultural and religious networks that link our bodies to households, to families, to neighborhoods, to localities, rural and urban, regions of the country, nation states, geographic regions, and the globe's changing environments. Multiple entangled linkages connect us to institutions, organizations, and individuals controlling financial and corporate capital, the state, media, religion, and military force. To speak of multiscalar is to reject the idea that there are discrete levels of analysis, and the local, the national or political, and the transnational are separate spheres of action. For this reason, I use the term multiscalar and not transnationalism from below. Multiscalar conjunctural analysis is key to rethinking migration studies because this analysis explores the connection between people categorized as migrants and non-migrants, despite the use of borders and racialization to create categories of difference. Multiscalar also reminds us that as the relationship between institutions change, so does the world, and new conjunctures of force emerge. Therefore, this perspective directs attention to the changes we confront and the forces that underlie today's political dangers, challenges, and possibilities, as Gramsci spoke about. Our current conjuncture is marked by a handful of people owning most of the wealth, while a growing number of people face or fear precarious times. Political angers are intensified, and there is a search for explanations. To understand what is happening, we must address the dynamics of capitalism and its processes of accumulation by dispossession and displacement. We can do this through conjunctural analysis, which examines the reshaping of multiscalar networks in relationship to the changing dynamics of capital accumulation and concomitant political struggles. In the formative years of European capitalism and across the 6 centuries of conquest and colonization, Europeans and settler capitalists utilized multiple violent, dispossessive processes to accumulate capital. These processes included clearing the land through mass murder, theft of land and resources, and the enslavement of people to accrue wealth by the sale of their bodies and their children, as well as their labor. Marx called these initial violent, dispossessive processes that fueled capitalist development primitive accumulation. However, he also noted that these accumulative processes included, quote, parliamentary forms of robbery, quote, end quote, that's legalized theft. These processes were transborder and were the processes of the current world map and were the basis of the current world map and the world as we know it today. And now, geographer David Harvey, among others, has used the term capital accumulation by dispossession to highlight the continuing significance of dispossessive processes of the 21st century. Accumulation by dispossession is increasingly replacing capital accumulation through industrial production. This is especially the case in North America and Europe, although China is also emerging as a major player. We see the continuation of older types of dispossession, and people today have talked about this, including theft of land resources, and even of people and by war and conquest. Government and corporate seizure of communal land continues, but now it's called neoliberal privatization. Newer forms of accumulation by dispossession include migration industries. In these industries, public funds go to private corporations that surveil, track, detain, and deport migrants. Capital accumulation by dispossession also takes place through urban regeneration, which revalues property to enrich real estate magnates and push out poor and middle-class people. In addition, the financialization of debt collection enriches some and impoverishes others. The pandemic is intensifying the use of migration industries. Many corporations make profits not from the value produced by workers, but from collecting and charging for migrant bodies, including children who are captured and held. While national borders in many countries are brutally closed against refugees fleeing for their lives, as well as against migrant families struggling to reunite, and professionals seeking work, North America and Europe have continued to allow entry to hyper-exploited temporary farm workers who labor with little or no virus protection. Meanwhile, this summer, vacationers in Europe often move freely across national borders. By this fall, in countries around the world, the epidemic had intensified while politicians continued to channel popular anger into racialized anti-immigrant nationalism. As a result, refugee concentration camps on the borders of Europe and the US and in the US have become even more crowded and unhealthy, which has led to further public funding for private migration industries. Accumulation by dispossession produces multiple forms of displacement, including downward social mobility and migration. Rural people forced off privatized communal lands and resources flee to cities. Saskia talked about this. People are driven from their homes when armed militias seize their land, resources, and children, which are the reason that with her family, Helene Simawaye, my interview partner and cooking instructor in this picture, fled the Eastern Congo. Resource theft is often accompanied by environmental degradation, speeding up climate change and forcing migration. Globally, meanwhile, people defined as non-migrants face downward social mobility, more precarious lifestyles, and increased debt in the face of urban regeneration and soaring housing costs. Growing debt compounds downward social mobility, homelessness increases. An increasing number of people around the world share a position of dispossession in relationship to the handful of people who are reaping vast fortunes from accumulating capital through dispossession. To help our analysis, I have coined the term disposariat for this social position of dispossession that cuts across all class lines. The disposariat includes employed and informal economy workers and those who have acquired technical and professional skills through higher education, many with precarious or gig employment. The disposariat shares the experiences of precariousness or downward social positioning and of having their dreams and aspirations for a secure or prosperous life dashed and stamped on. They share a subjective state, a 21st century cocktail of anxiety, fear, anger, and a search for answers, including someone to blame. The central paradox of our times is that although multiple displacements resulting from accumulation by dispossession produce a new social positioning, that of the disposariat, a positioning shared by migrants and non-migrants alike, this commonality is often hard to see, but times are changing. Responding to these changing times and to the disposariat's search for answers, nationalist politicians all over the world have dug into their treasured chest of mystifications and blame migrants and all those who they racialize as outside the core nation for the decline of the nation. Foreignness is in fact a floating signifier that can include legal citizens with deep ancestral roots in the country, as well as newcomers, a fact attested to by African American history. Fascists are attacking all those designated as the enemy within the body politic. However, globally, in these conjunctural conditions, social movements of the disposariat have also emerged that speak out against the structures as well as the forms of oppression. Led by Black, Indigenous, and other people of color, including those of migrant background, these movements increasingly include people defined as the racial core of the nation, but instead act as on their positioning in or identification with the disposariat. In the US, even if there is a Biden victory, armed fascists in their multitudes will not disappear, nor will the multi-scalar structures of dispossession automatically be dismantled. The struggle against dispossession and displacement and for the positive freedoms of health, education, welfare, and the right to move and settle will continue in the face of great danger. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We will now hear from the discussant, Dr. Rodriguez.
Okay, can you hear me? Okay, wonderful. Okay, I would like to, let me open a little bit of a graph that I would like to use here to make sense of what we have been witnessing in this session, very interesting session. And I will try to display everything as graphically as possible here. Can you see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Wonderful. Okay, so we are dealing here with three different types of conversations connected, mainly two of them highly connected, the one by Feist and the one by Glick-Schiller. And I would like to make this for the purpose of time, as well as for the purpose of substance, to make the presentation graphic. It's the first time I do this. I just did it during the break because I think it was a very long draft that I had, and we don't have too much time. So basically, one of the presentations, in the case of Glick-Schiller and the case of Feist, let's see what is in common here. So what we have in common here is that the two of them are concerned, if you look at the blue chart there, with theoretical, epistemological, conceptual issues associated with the problematics they are dealing with. So in this case, there is a very strong call for epistemological review, interrogations, even philosophical, and we will go into that detail, of the way in which the particular problems of interests are being discussed and should be discussed in the future. So they are advancing, and this is one of the most fascinating aspects of their respective work. They are advancing new frameworks, and even in the case of Nina, we already see the blueprint of a concept. In the particular case of Glick-Schiller, she's trying to move into the multiscalar conjunction, what she calls multiscalar conjunctural analysis. She doesn't call it like that. I mean, it is already established in the literature, but the important aspect is that she's using it to analyze migration from a perspective in which she's trying to see what are the common elements in common and discontinuities between the migration experience, the experience of migrants, mainly with an emphasis on migrants who have been in the process of being excluded as citizens, being excluded as subjects of the economic realms, and she tries to understand the continuities between that group of people and other groups of people who are not migrants and are facing similar situation in a similar or the same contextual framework, the context of what is called this kind of dispossessive capitalism. And in this case, she is using resources from neo-Marxist perspectives in the analysis of primitive accumulation, which Harvey brought to our attention, Saskia Sassen have been discussing also. And we have a point in commonality here also with other people dealing with migration issues and the issue of exclusions, expulsions in our historical moment. And she's sort of integrating her. We need to understand that Nina Glick-Schiller is the one who introduced a systematic theoretical analysis of transnationalism in migration studies. This is important. People were doing what we call today transnational studies before Nina Glick-Schiller and her famous co-author book, Nations Unbound. Anthropologists, sociologists, they were dealing with transnational aspects of migration for pretty much decades before the book was published in 1994, I think. But what Nina Glick-Schiller and associates did was to theorize the issue of transnationalism, which had been done in international studies. In as early as 1971, there was a publication in the Journal of International Organizations calling for a transnational paradigm in international relations. And in fact, that is the origin of international studies substantively, in the sense that it was important to analyze the role of non-state actors in shaping world affairs. And here, a few years later, we have the systematic analysis of transnationalism applied to migration studies. That was a turning point in migration studies. This is what we are dealing with here. But for Nina Glick-Schiller and her theoretical mind, that is not enough. At this point, she's interrogating the very value of the transnational perspective in SECO, a dry transnational perspective, and is trying to bring to our attention that this kind of multi-scalar perspective, in which we find the entanglements of which happen in real life. Real life is messy. So basically that kind of entanglements of the family unit, and she does it beautifully using the anthropological eye that she has. The family history, that kind of micro history at the level of the community with the macro systemic processes that we are witnessing. And she ties it historically. We shouldn't forget that there is a whole tradition already established in migration studies today, in which it is important to understand the linkage between the transnational, the global, and the historical perspectives. They cannot be seen separated, and Nina Glick-Schiller represents that tradition. So she's applying all these issues of a multi-scalar analysis with the conjunctural analysis, which brings to my attention the issue of Fernand Braudel, because Fernand Braudel also spoke of junctures, the long durée, the juncture, the intercycles. And I wonder what would be the difference? There is a difference there, but it would be interesting to see how Glick-Schiller would differentiate that kind of conjunctural analysis, which obviously has a greater texture in the sense of encompassing this kind of a family level, this kind of, if she may, she allows me to use the word level, basically, this kind of family context, individual context, and community context, etc. So we have this preoccupation expressed in different ways in the social sciences. A world system analysis at the time and space, when Nina Glick-Schiller is talking about multi-scalar conjunctural analysis, it comes to my mind the issue of time and space of a late Immanuel Wallerstein as well. So, but of course, these are different narratives. She possibly would claim that there is greater emphasis in this kind of micro or this kind of attention to family histories, etc., that you don't find in the other kinds of analysis. But it's a very interesting way of approaching what is happening today, using a wealth of concepts that are already classic and introducing a new concept. Disposariat, I'm sorry about the accent. Disposariat would be in Spanish. I was listening to you and you said disposariat. Anyway, so disposariat is interesting in one respect, and I was thinking of proletariat. But basically what she's calling about, attention to, if I understood it correctly, is that this classic theme of migrants and non-migrants, when we analyze the condition of migrants, we need to see them in this continuum that they are workers, that they are family members whose lives have been disrupted because of what's happening at many levels, the housing level, the employment levels, et cetera, realms. But one thing that I think is important about the concept of disposariat is precisely the issue of social action, which connects that to the Marxist concept of proletariat. Proletariat with social consciousness is the one that is going to supposedly create a revolution. In the case of Nina, disposariat is migrants and non-migrants, but it's not just migrant and non-migrants. It's, as far as I understand, is people with consciousness about their particular situation and engaging in what Bourdieu would call acts of resistance. And that is the concept she's advancing here. Very interesting. We heard that before. I think that Natasha was also referring to the importance of seeing migrants also as part of groups that face similar situations because of their class conditions, because of other conditions they share with them. Now, if we see a Feist work, it's a fascinating approach to the issue of climate destruction. He directly questions the issue of this kind of climate refugees or environmental refugees, this kind of language. And he says, well, we need to see the role and place of human action, but not only that, and that is a very classic theme today. He's also inviting us to see the philosophical argument, to revisit the philosophical argument of the exceptionalism of humans vis-a-vis nature. And I think that is extremely important to discuss at this point. And he's talking about, for example, how both Marx and Weber discussed these issues. And he's saying that Marx, they still had this dichotomy, this kind of, if you allow me, Cartesian dichotomy between man and nature. Well, that was in Das Kapital. But if you go to the correspondence of Marx with Engels and some of their co-author types of work, you may find very interesting aspects very closely related to what you're mentioning. So I invite you to revisit that kind of literature, but not only that kind of literature, the 19th century literature in the middle of the great industrial revolutions, how people were talking about questioning the issue of industry and nature. It would be fascinating to see in your future work more elaboration of that point that you already have there. Another question that I have for the Feist, and I have a question for Nina too, is the issue of the what we could call transituational aspects of climate destruction. And I'm using that word just because I have the Miami Beach experience, the experience in Miami in general, in which we find that, yes, those who are excluded, marginalized, et cetera, Nina's disposariat are particularly affected by climate destruction. But we also have people who are not in that situation, and they have the fear, this kind of anxiety also, because they live east of US 1, which is supposed to be the prime real estate location of the whole county. And before it was famous, many people used to tell realtors, just look for properties east of US 1, which means close to the beach, ocean view, et cetera, vis-a-vis west of the US 1. And one of the most depressed urban areas of Miami, we find it immediately when you cross 79th Avenue. If you go from west to east, or 71st from the beach to the city, is precisely that immediately after the causeway, you find very depressed areas when you come from the luxury of the city of Miami Beach. But the anxiety of upper classes, let's say it, the anxiety of wealthy people regarding what the future holds for those incredibly expensive properties that are expensive precisely because of the proximity to the ocean. It has reflected in an increase in the value of previously depressed properties and even social movements among neighbors to try to avoid people, wealthy individuals and developers who are trying to buy their west of US 1 properties just in case the water gets up to US 1 in the future. It's a fascinating conversation that basically I couldn't help but think about that when I was reading your fascinating paper. In the case of Sandberg, what we have here, and I will go back to the questions very quickly. In the case of Sandberg, what we have here is a different kind of approach. What we're talking about is a case study with methodological emphasis on the issue of transnational immigrant organizations, something that is very familiar to Natasha, to Minshu, and to Portes, because he led that research in which we all worked on transnational migrant organizations. And this is the kind of a study that Sandberg is doing. And it was fascinating to see the breakdown of organizations by emphasis on their tasks. Organizations tend to have tasks. That's why they are organizations. And they tend to have a particular objectives, goals, etc. And he's talking about one that caught my attention, which is the transnational involvement in politics, which he describes at the level of narratives. I would like to see possibly a little bit more on something that is very close to what Nina called long distance nationalism, possibly that one, and the issue of the historical perspective. You mentioned that in the 60s, there were already attempts at connecting the migrants with their countries of origin from the perspective of governments and international organizations. I would like to see possibly in the future a little bit more of continuity in that important conversation in your work. My question to Nina would be, what would be the difference between your multi-scalar conjunctural analysis with the global assemblages that Saskia Sassen and Iowa Ong have been developing recently? What difference do you see? Because the two of them have very strong global components and the components of interrelationships and the density of the relationships and the agents involved, the connections of the agents involved. That is a question. The issue of cooptation and the responses to climate destruction would be an interesting aspect in the future, possibly in the case of Feist, to think a little bit about cooptation of different, co-optation, by the way, of different actors to deal with this situation. And at the end of my comments, what I see throughout the conversation here is that there is a high level of intertextuality among the presenters in the case of using expressions as expulsions, exclusion, destruction, paradoxes. This is the language that we see over and over. So we are at a turning point, not only in terms of the historical turning point, and this is why we call this event that way, but also a historical turning point associated with that, with the narratives and the interrogation, the call for new frameworks, which we saw since the beginning, since Minshu presentations, and we have seen materialized already in works by Saskia Sassen, by Nina Glitschiller, by Alejandro Portes, this kind of interrogation of epistemologies, methodologies, which is what we see as a constant aspect of that prevails in all the conversations that we have been having today. And with this, I just, my congratulations to the presenters in this panel, fascinating texts, very promising, the development of knowledge These are contributions to the field, significant contributions. Thank you so much. I'm honored to have been able to read your contributions and have my little thoughts on them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any comments or questions from the panelists in response to the discussant?
I have a response, but I'm sure other people do too.
Well, yes, let's start with Nina. Okay. Yeah, let's start with Nina.
Okay. Yeah, I know we don't have much time. We could go on for a long time. I mean, I agree that there's a dialogue going on between, I agree with Margarita, there's a dialogue going on between Thomas and me and a lot of the other papers. I learned so much from Saskia all the time. And multiscalar is a word used widely among geographers, not among anthropologists and sociologists so much, but definitely among geographers. And I'm just building on that work. But geographers often don't talk about migrants. Sometimes I do when the multiscalar literature has been mostly about urban regeneration and restructurings and rethinking of how to think about space in general. That's a broad generalization. And Saskia is really talking about expulsion and this third subject. And I'm arguing we need a concept that brings these together. You know, I'm a methodology that brings these together. My question for both Thomas and Johan would be really about time. I put multiscalar and conjunctural analysis because I learned from our nations unbound that somehow we didn't think things were going to change, that this was the migration experience. And now we're facing dramatic restructuring. And in Thomas's four models, I don't hear the current, despite the climate crisis in his political models, I don't feel time there or transformation. I'd love to hear him say more about that. And it may be because of where he's positioned. If I was positioned in Germany, it feels different. I know that. Than everything falling apart here. But I think the thing about conjuncture is not period, like something doesn't happen around the world all at the same time. It unfolds in different places at different paces and with the particularities of place and political system, but it's interrelated forces that are unfolding and that we're participating in. And the same thing with the transnational organizations in Sweden. I thought that's fascinating research. And it coincides with a lot of what any of us, you know, those of us who have studied these organizations in other places have seen. But again, long dropped identities flare up again when people are faced with racism and exclusion and crisis and patterns of transnational connections that they might have felt they don't need, suddenly they need again because they're even if they have citizenship, their position is now suddenly more precarious. So I wondered if that would be changing the data. Oh, and I just want to also say, thank you, Margarita, and I should mention that you did an incredible cross-century transnational historical analysis that goes from family to state to global economy. So it's all in your work, which inspires me, what I've been doing.
I learned from you.
Same here.
If I may just shortly answer two of the questions raised very briefly. First Margarita and then Nina. Margarita, when you talked about the anxiety of the upper classes, you mentioned some of the responses, which I would say are individual choices, like buying property somewhere else. But what I see most interesting in the work I'm doing is the collective responses of groups, namely going back to Abraham de Swan, who wrote a very influential history of the European welfare state and the North American developments of the 19th century, saying that the welfare state was a response to the vagabond poor, so to speak. We may not agree with that, but it's an upper class response to a collective menace, to perceived collective menace. So I think that the interesting question will be, are there individual responses buying property and real estate, or will there be political responses to certain kinds of challenges? And environmental destruction certainly, or climate destruction certainly, is one of these challenges. And there it's, I think what Nina is talking about, the dispossariate, plays a role, but still I think in this dynamic with certain factions which try to reform state policies, plays a big role. After all, when you look back at the European welfare state, it was a response also from above, not just, so to speak, the proletariat from below. And in answer to Nina's question, I use the term social question in going back to the 19th century and periodize the kind of time frames from the 19th century through along the ways migration policy was patterned, but also the welfare state was patterned. And from more restrictive to more tolerant policies, from less developed to more developed and to neoliberal welfare state. So what I presented today was simply cut into the third period. It would have taken too much time to really develop it historically.
Can I follow up with Thomas?
I have a follow-up question, if you don't mind. A follow-up question on his answer, very quickly. Can I? Okay. Here, Istufeist and his argument about individual responses. I'm not so sure they are individual responses. We may have to go back to the concept of growth machine by Godelier, because there is a strong correlation between these developers and the state agencies, and it's political too. So possibly we could talk about it a little bit later at some point. Okay, thank you.
If I may, with Thomas, to follow up a theme that was presented in the previous two comments. I mean, it's telling that you are at Bielefeld, which was the center of the study of the Keynesian welfare state, Offa et al. For a long time. And that model based on closure, decommodification of labor, taking labor out of competition through closing it, at the same time exploiting nature through mass production and mass consumption. And we all kind of agree that that model has exhausted itself. But along with that model, there was a political project, a political party called Social Democracy, the Social Democrats. And does it follow from your analysis that there's absolutely no future for social democracy? There is no social model on which it can build a persuasive political structure. And as it is replaced, as it seems to be, at least in Germany and other parts of Europe, with a green model of environmentalism and social liberalism and a more favorable attitude toward migration, that is the successor to the social democratic model, or is it entirely an alternative?
Well, I think that the social democratic model is at a crossroads, so to speak. That's why I talked about the ambiguities of the welfare state. And the political force really carrying the welfare state are the social democratic, in Germany, for example, the social democratic elements of the Christian Democratic Party and the Social Democratic Party and the left. And I do think that the Social Democratic Party can either follow the traditional welfare state model or turn towards a more neoliberal turn that has happened, or there is an alternative really to take seriously also the ecological challenge, which would mean a kind of a coalition with the Green Party. But as you said, the Green Party is socially, economically liberal. It's not the old version of the Social Democratic Party. So in that respect, I don't see the Green Party as the successor of the Social Democrats. They're a force in their own right. And what I've been pointing to is the difficulties of forming political coalitions between in essence, between social democratic parties or socialist parties on the one hand and green parties on the other hand, which I think is not only visible in a country like Germany, but in many countries in Europe.
Thank you. We should now move to the fourth and final session, Migration and Health in a Pandemic Era and Beyond. To those in the audience, there's a Q&A feature. Please use it. The distinguished panelists for this session are Ruben Rumbaut, who is a distinguished professor of sociology, School of Social Sciences at the University of California, Irvine. He is the author of more than 200 scholarly papers on immigration and refugees in the US and co-author or co-editor of 18 books and special issues. He has received, together with Dr. Portes, the Distinguished Book Award of the American Sociological Association and the Thomas Zanacki Award for Best Book in the Field of Immigration. Patricia Fernandez Kelly is a professor of sociology and research associate at the Office of Population Research and the director of the Center for Migration and Development at Princeton University. As a social anthropologist with expansive interests, she has written extensively on migration, economic restructuring, women in the labor force, and race and ethnicity. The book, The Hero's Flight, African Americans in West Baltimore and the Shadow of the State, received a C. Wright Mills Finalist Award from the Society for the Study of Social Problems. Iftikhar Mahmood, a Bangladesh American who has graduated from Chittagong Medical College in Bangladesh and subsequently completed pediatric residency training from Brooklyn Hospital, New York, and fellowship training in pediatric endocrinology from New York Hospital. Dr. Mahmood established Hope Foundation for Women and Children of Bangladesh as a charitable organization with a mission to provide healthcare to women and children. Through Hope Foundation, he established Hope Hospital, midwifery training program, 5 rural birth centers, 4 rural health centers in Cox's Bazar, and much more. Felicia Marie Nall is the director of the Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas, professor of the Miller School of Medicine, and member of the Sylvester Comprehensive Cancer Center. Nall maintains a strong and synergistic global program of research advocacy anchored in Mexico, where she is senior economist at the Mexican Health Foundation. She is also the founding president of Mexico's Tomatelo a Pecho, a nonprofit agency that promotes research, advocacy, awareness, and early detection of priority issues for the health of women. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Rumbaut.
Thank you very much, Scarlett, and to all of the organizers of this exceptional webinar. It's a pleasure to be with you all today. I begin my talk with these words from The Plague by Albert Camus, as you see there. And I subtitled my talk, Portents of a Time of Plague and Populists, with 2 plagues in mind, both severely affecting migration and health. One, the global pandemic of a novel coronavirus, a tiny entity, but highly contagious, transmissible, and lethal, for which humanity has no immunity. And the other is the plague of a populist politics of exclusion, fueled by fear, racist nationalism, and xenophobia, for which there too is no vaccine. Slide 3, please, Maria. In the post-World War II era, the number of international migrants grew rapidly, almost quadrupling, as you see there, from 77 million in 1960 to 272 million by 2019, now 3.5% of the world's population. It has been called the largest movement of people in human history, transforming human mobility into a major global issue emblematic of the 21st century. Slide 4. The United States more than quadrupled its foreign-born population, and in a shorter span of time, from 9.6 million in 1970, when only 4.7% of its population was foreign-born, the nadir in US history, to 44 million by 2017, now 13.7% of its population. Almost a quarter of the 44 million are undocumented immigrants. Next slide. Moreover, as reported by UNHCR, by the end of 2019, there were a record 79.5 million persons forcibly displaced from their homes, including refugees, asylum seekers, the internally displaced, the stateless, by far the highest number since the founding of the United Nations. Over the past decade alone, the number of forcibly displaced persons doubled from 40 million, as you see at the bottom there, to in 2010 to 80 million today. You can exit the slides now. Last March 11th, the World Health Organization declared COVID-19 a global pandemic. But by then, amid a worldwide public health crisis, many governments had already closed their borders, believing that limiting travel from abroad would curb the spread of the coronavirus. By April, 90% of the world's population resided in countries that had imposed travel bans and mobility restrictions. The movement of people across international borders came to a virtual standstill. In a matter of months, the world experienced the biggest and most rapid decline in global human mobility in modern times. In some countries, the border closures and lockdowns triggered nativist xenophobia, with immigrants scapegoated for carrying and spreading the virus. Populist leaders like Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban have blamed foreigners for the disease. The US has seen thousands of anti-Chinese, anti-Asian attacks, from being spat on to stabbings, echoing a history of past spasms of health nativism against immigrants. Donald Trump continues to blame China, the Chinese virus, and Kung flu in press conferences and political rallies. In May, the United Nations called on all governments to suspend deportations during the pandemic. The United States, which has the largest number of coronavirus cases in the world, was reported to be spreading the pandemic beyond its borders by continuing to deport thousands of immigrants, many infected with the virus, to poor countries equipped to cope with the disease. In late April, the government of Guatemala reported that about a fifth of their country's total coronavirus cases were linked to deportees from the United States. Tens of thousands of immigrants detained by ICE remain in crowded US prisons, jails, and detention centers, despite the high risk of COVID transmission. The pandemic exposed and exacerbated a wide range of social inequalities, in effect, structural pre-existing conditions. The living and working conditions of international migrants made them especially vulnerable to contracting COVID-19, yet they are less likely to receive medical care due to lack of health insurance and finances. The undocumented especially are often uninsured and reluctant to enter medical facilities for fear of being detained and deported. That has been particularly the case in the United States, where a recent study found that immigrant essential workers are disproportionately represented in the labor force. 69% of all immigrants in the US labor force and 74% of undocumented workers are essential workers. In addition, a total of 6.2 million undocumented essential workers are not eligible for relief payments under the CARES Act, as well as most of their 3.8 million US citizen children, many of whom live in households below the poverty line. The CARES Act excluded most US tax-paying mixed status families, those with undocumented and US citizen members, from obtaining badly needed financial relief. Slide 6, please, Margarita. As of October 16, just last week, there were 40 million confirmed cases and over 1.1 million deaths worldwide due to COVID-19 infections. Throughout the course of the pandemic, the United States, with just over 4% of the world's population, has accounted for over 20% of the world's cases and deaths. As of last week, the US had reported some 8.3 million cases, as you see there, and over 223,000 deaths. It took just 3 weeks for the US to go from 7 to 8 million reported cases. It will take just 2 weeks to get to 9 million by next week. Slide 7. The US now is in the middle of a third surge of the pandemic, with over 70,000 new cases reported just on October 16th, the most daily cases in 3 months. The trend lines in cases, positivity rates, and hospitalizations are worsening as the US heads into the winter. The widespread distribution of an effective vaccine is still months away at the earliest. Please exit the slide. In the United States, immigration's turning point, what I call the great exclusion of 2017 to 2020, did not start with the pandemic. Quite the contrary, although the pandemic has served both as context and pretext to exacerbate it. The 2016 election saw the improbable rise to power of a populist demagogue who began his campaign for the presidency by falsely attacking Mexican immigrants as criminals and rapists, proposing the construction of a border wall that Mexico was going to pay for, establishing a Muslim registry, cutting refugee resettlement, and increasing immigrant detention and deportations from already record highs. Beyond his America First rhetoric about illegals and the wall, after his inauguration, Trump called for cutting legal immigration by half, ending family reunification, he calls it chain migration, eliminating the visa lottery, and restricting immigrants via a merit system. A proposal that has been called, quote, the most racist immigration policy since the Ku Klux Klan effectively wrote its whites-only views onto the National Origins Quota Act of 1924, unquote. Trump's efforts to undo the existing immigration system have been carried out entirely through hundreds of executive orders and presidential directives over the past 45 months. No legislation has been passed dealing with immigration. And yet, consider just some of what has been done to date, most of it before the pandemic. Within his first year in office, he issued executive orders on sanctuary cities and travel Muslim bans 1.0, 2.0, and 3.0. He rescinded DACA, eliminated temporary protective status for hundreds of thousands of recipients, and much more. In the first months after his inauguration, ICE arrests in the interior jumped by 42%. In January of this year, on the eve of the pandemic, an expanded travel ban was announced, adding 6 more countries to the list of the now 13 countries who can no longer obtain visas, allowing them to immigrate to the US permanently. The administration also redefined and expanded the meaning of the 19th century term public charge to use as grounds both for excluding legal immigrants from citizenship if they or even a US-born child had used such public programs as food stamps, and also as a means of cutting legal immigration sharply, especially family reunification. It has set off waves of fear among many vulnerable migrants who have disenrolled their children from programs they are fully entitled and eligible for out of fear that the public charge rule could lead to deportations of family members. Last February, the rule had been expected to block hundreds of thousands of immigrants each year from obtaining a visa or a green card. Then came the pandemic. In June, the administration extended a near total ban on entry into the US by immigrants seeking green cards, a policy that has been called, quote, the most sweeping ban on immigration in American history, on grounds of preventing the spread of the coronavirus and protecting American workers from wage competition, though neither rationale can justify such sweeping restrictions on virtually all immigrants seeking to settle here. The ban was further expanded to cover H-1B visas as well as other temporary employment visas. Slide 8, please. As a result, as you can see, the total number of both immigrant and non-immigrant visas plummeted after February and especially March of 2020, as you see in the chart. Next slide. The administration has also dramatically cut the number of refugees allowed into the United States. This graph shows refugee admissions and annual resettlement ceilings from the inception of the US Refugee Resettlement Program in 1980 through fiscal 2020, which ended 3 weeks ago. Note the dramatic drop during the years of the Great Exclusion of 2017 to 2020. The US has successfully resettled over 3 million refugees since 1975. In fiscal 2017, the refugee ceiling was 110,000, but Trump cut it by half to 53,000, with actual admissions less than that. In 2018, the ceiling was cut to 45,000, but only 22,000 were in fact admitted by deliberately slowing down the vetting process. And by fiscal 2020, the ceiling was lowered further still to 18,000, by far the lowest level since the Refugee Act of 1980. And just 3 weeks ago, the administration announced its latest cuts to the refugee ceiling for fiscal 2021 to a mere 15,000, despite the skyrocketing global refugee crisis. Slide 10, please. And this chart spells out the annual refugee ceilings and actual admissions from 2009 to 2020. Again, note the precipitous drop in both ceilings and admissions for the years of 2017 to 2020. Final section and then a brief conclusion. By 2018, the asylum system in the United States, you can exit that for now. The asylum system in the United States had reached a crisis point with extensive backlogs of over 1 million cases and growing. The Trump administration most infamously pushed a policy dubbed zero tolerance, making child separation official policy, even for many families seeking asylum. Authorities seized several thousand children, including infants and toddlers, and sent them to foster homes all over the country, leaving their frantic incarcerated parents trying to figure out where they were. Many parents were deported without their kids. The American Academy of Pediatrics denounced its sweeping cruelty and warned that taking children from their parents could inflict lifelong harm. In slide 11, here are 2 covers of Time magazine from that period. Now, to date, hundreds of children remain separated and may have become permanently orphaned. In fact, this is now again in the news, if you may have noticed, again reminding us of the wanton malice of it all. Exit slide. In early 2019, the administration rolled out a new policy requiring people applying for asylum at the border to wait in Mexico while their claims for protection are reviewed, a process that often takes months or years. Since then, some 60,000 asylum seekers have been turned back by US authorities into Mexican border cities where violence and kidnappings have surged. Most of the migrants are living in vast tent encampments exposed to the elements. This policy is known as Mexican Protection Protocols, or Remain in Mexico. It has made it virtually impossible to access asylum at the border. And then in March of this year, the Department of Homeland Security interpreted CDC measures to mean that it could rapidly expel all undocumented people apprehended at the border, even those seeking refuge. More than 200,000 people have been expelled since March, often in as little as 90 minutes. As of August, almost 9,000 of them were unaccompanied children who were returned unaccompanied to an unknown fate. Slide 12, please. So you can see every month the number of expulsions is greater than the last. Last month in September, over 50,000 people were expelled under the CDC measures. Finally, to conclude, slide 13, this final chart serves as a snapshot, if you will, of the Great Exclusion. The nation's foreign-born population, which has grown rapidly, as you'll recall, since 1970, plummeted during the first 3 years of the Trump presidency, 2017, 2018, 2019, before COVID-19. For the first time in half a century, the foreign-born share of the US population remained constant at 13.7% over the last 3 years, and it will decline in 2020. I cannot calculate here how vast the damage done has been, but I can hang on to the words of Camus with which I began this talk. Once the faintest stirring of hope became possible, the dominion of plague was ended. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We will now hear from Dr. Fernandez-Kelly.
I too want to thank the organizers for including me. Thank you, Margarita Rodriguez, for your extraordinary work. And thank you, Alejandro Portes, for including me. I also want to thank very sincerely Scarlett Beardon, our undergraduate, who has been a marvelous moderator. I'm out of breath because I had to go out and stop the noise. We have landscaping being done. but I'd like to share my screen, if I may, and please let me know whether you can see it. Yes? Excellent. So that's the title page. I'd like to make my remarks somewhat limited. I'm very pleased with the way in which all the presentations have been so marvelously integrated. And I'm also grateful to Ruben Rumbaut for presenting a context that I think is suitable to two main ideas that I want to share with you. The first one is a known one. I think that we're all aware that one of the interesting things about the COVID-19 pandemic, sociologically speaking, is that it has exposed weaknesses in two crucial social systems, public health and immigration enforcement. So the two systems have ostensible objectives. Public health aims at preserving collective well-being, immigration services to facilitate or curtail population flows to benefit the interests of the nation state. But what I want to emphasize here is that the two systems also operate as tools to award gradients of citizenship ranging from complete exclusion to full social incorporation. Citizenship came up in a previous presentation. I thought I'd show just for visual effects the many gradients of this continuum of citizenship. The point is important to me because recently I discovered the work of Tiffany Joseph, work that I do recommend. She investigates the micro-level consequences of public policy on immigrant health and healthcare access. And what she argues is that public health systems are de facto being used in ways that reproduce cleavages in the capacity of people with varying degrees of documentation and racial affiliations to acquire access to healthcare and therefore substantive citizenship. It's a point that has been made by other authors, including Gunnar Almgren and more recently, Meng-Soo Shen, the relationship between health and citizenship. With respect to citizenship, there's also a large body of literature. These are some recent publications, one by Douglas Massey and Magali Sanchez, another one by Cecilia Menjivar and Daniel Kanstrom, and the book that we edited on health and immigration. They all make similar points, and that is there's agreement that access to healthcare is very significant from the point of view of citizenship. Now, the intersection between race and position along a documentation spectrum has a very significant impact on the capacity of people to gain access to the benefits of citizenship. And one of the interesting contributions of Tiffany Joseph's work is to show how, in fact, the intersection between gradient of citizenship and race matters significantly. I present to you 4 images. The first one is a native-born African-American. It has been a long time since we have found reason to rejoice about the privilege bestowed upon impoverished African-American men. But the fact is that if you are stopped in the street by a diligent police officer who asks you for your driver's license or some form of identification, the native-born African-American may actually go to jail, but he will not be deported. And that a snapshot of what happens when people confront authorities, whether they do actually have at least nominal citizenship, involves some differential privilege. On the other hand, the Dominican right there, who is an actual person, it hopes to be mistaken for a native-born African-American and probably can do so unless he is in an area where there's a large Dominican population, in which case he also will be identified or be suspect as potentially an undocumented or marginally documented immigrant. Joseph actually does research with these categories of people. So it's very interesting with Brazilians, because very often Brazilians can actually pass for whites, and that to afford certain privileges, not so much for Salvadorians, whose phenotype immediately makes them identifiable as potential interlopers or individuals who are better deported. We do know how Hispanics have grown over time as populations in the United States. There's an interesting map that shows concentrations. There's virtually, and going from the darker to the lighter color, so that you can see, and we all know, that increasingly there are very few areas where the Latinx population is not concentrated. But in recent times, because, and especially in the wake of the brutal murder of George Floyd, there has been a convergence that, speaking to your point, David, not the point that you made, but I know what you had in mind, having to do with political coalitions and possible mobilization. This really does bring about hope, especially for some of us lefties of an earlier generation, hope for certain combination or coalition between Latinos and African Americans. But the reason that partly underlines that sudden sympathy or elective affinity has to do with the facts. Black Americans are dying at disproportionate rates from the pandemic. And just to give you an idea, it's again just a snapshot. In Wisconsin, Black Americans account for 27% of COVID-19 deaths, but they are only 6% of the state populations. The disproportion is huge. In the District of Columbia, Black Americans make up 46% of the population, but 86% of COVID-19 deaths. Hispanics and Latinos make up a larger share of COVID-19 cases than their share of the population. And another example, in Virginia, Hispanics and Latinos only make up 10% of the population, but account for almost half of the COVID-19 cases. Conversely, COVID-19 deaths among white Americans are lower than their share of the population. This is a very critical point in 37 states and the District of Columbia. So here are just a few other slides that give you a sense of the magnitude of the phenomenon. Here is a presentation of a graph that shows the disproportionate effect of COVID-19 pandemic upon various groups. And here's another way to slice the cake with an evaluation of the number of deaths per 100,000 people. And as you can see, African Americans are way, way overrepresented in these dismal, gruesome statistics. These realities are reflected in perceptions at the local level. Here are two interesting visual representations from one of my favorite sites, of course, which is the Pew Research Center, showing that more Hispanics than Americans overall view COVID-19 outbreaks as a major threat to health and personal illness. And also the anxiety that emerges in knowing that you are really at risk when you have someone in your midst who has suffered either death or disease or lost a job and so on and so forth. So to summarize this point that I want to make as central to my presentation, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic have not been distributed evenly across class lines and racial or ethnic demarcations. Disproportionately affected have been vulnerable populations, including low-income people, the elderly, Black and brown persons, and immigrants. Here's something that perhaps we have overlooked a little bit, maybe not you. I certainly realized this with a certain degree of aha moment feeling. That is that people with higher levels of education and income, as well as access to health insurance, face a high likelihood of survival from infection. The reason why I present this as not obvious is because the media and epidemiologists tend to present data as if everyone was equally at risk of the pandemic. And by the way, that's the reason why I have not been out of my home virtually since March 14. But the fact is that the phenomenon is not evenly distributed. As you may have noticed, after a very prominent American, there represented, exited the hospital after a couple of days and defiantly removed his face covering. The point here is that recent cases of widespread contagion with no lethal consequences of significance among political figures suggest that the virus need not be mortal or disabling. Part of what I'm boldly arguing here is that the virus is not our greatest problem. More than the inevitable result of disease, high rates of mortality are the effect of social and ethnic and racial inequalities. I added this slide, Margarita, so you don't have it in the presentation that I sent you, because I was just reminded as I heard you speak, all of you, so eloquently, of works by Bruce Western, Diva Pager, Loic Wacquant, who note the role of incarceration as a means to warehouse or contain workers made redundant by advanced technological change and the restructuring of production at an international scale. This I see it in relationship to the excellent presentation by Delgado Weiss. So I want us to at least rehearse the idea of applying that principle, which is really about the systemic requirements of the capitalist system. And that in the case of the works by Western, Pager, and Wacquant, the focus is on the economic system. Workers who are redundant and warehoused because there is no longer space for them in the labor force. But if we apply that principle to the political logic underpinning the lack of care, which you may have noticed, exhibited by the authorities during the COVID-19 pandemic, one could reach the conclusion that from the point of view of the internal rationale of the system, the pandemic is quickly eliminating undesirables, people deemed to have lesser value, Black and brown people, impoverished people, old people, immigrants, which the forces of white supremacy deem as not as suitable to the nation state. In other words, not worthy of even gradients of citizenship. The phenomenon is thus not only organized along class lines, but also along cleavages of race, ethnicity, and gender. So we know that we have so far more than 120,000 deaths. But if you take that point of view, and here I am not speaking about a conspiracy, I'm speaking about a path of action or inaction that emerge organically from all that other speakers have presented and the internal logic of the economic and political system. We have seen more than 100,000 people die, but if you take that point of view, many more deaths are totally acceptable as long as they do not decimate dominant sectors whose members are also assigned higher value. So what I'm proposing here is a reevaluation of the pandemic and what will happen later in light of valuation systems and the political and economic logics of the capitalism at its present moment. Of course, the contradiction that emerges, you can see it immediately, is that those who are dying may be perceived as undesirable by people like Stephen Miller and others of the same ilk. But those those undesirables that are dying are very often essential workers. Those are the people who pick the fruit, who sort out vegetables, who canned staples, who are in construction. And so that is, I believe, a major contradiction. And one last word about the undocumented population. Very difficult to know exactly how many are being affected because they live in the shadows. But spot checks and qualitative data suggest rampant and virulent effects of COVID-19 contagion among unauthorized immigrants. That is perhaps one of the reasons why half or more of Hispanic and Black adults say the United States has responsibility to provide medical and economic aid to undocumented immigrants affected by COVID-19. Although, as Ruben just told us, that is also in collision and contradiction with the ideological apparatus and the legal structure that has denied assistance to some of these highly essential workers. But just to reiterate, what I'm trying to do here is to draw your attention to an explosive contradiction between value systems and political structures that regard many of those who died as a result of the pandemic as expendable, and the needs of the economy, where in fact they are deeply needed for some of the most menial, but some of the most necessary tasks of the society. So I want to conclude with the obvious, which is migration and public health are closely intertwined. They really do expose some of the most egregious inequalities in the society. I do want to repeat the point. It's not that I don't realize how dangerous the virus is, but as I try to describe in this presentation, the pandemic may actually be the lesser of our problems. The greater problem in the long run, which will actually be there after the pandemic, is the increasing inequalities that separate those with different levels of citizenship and, in that regard, different kinds of access to healthcare. Differentiation between insiders and outsiders. Both systems are significantly related to citizenship and its fluctuating benefits. And the cry of despair that I jot at the end is the one that has been uttered by many, including some of you. These kinds of disparities, a lack of care, devaluation, dehumanization, bring opprobrium to the nation. And as we were saying, perhaps even more than a decade ago, it is urgent that the two systems, health and immigration, undergo radical reform. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We will now hear from Dr. Mahmoud.
So I want to start by thanking the organizers for inviting me, especially Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Portes, and also thanks to the moderator and Brandon for managing this event. I am honored to be included in these distinguished scholars. I'm really fascinated by these seminars, the talks that I have heard. Although I worked for a few years with the migrants and refugees migrant myself, I have not really been in depth of these kind of meetings. So I'm really thankful. I'm a pediatrician in Miami. I have a pediatric practice. I came from Bangladesh about 30 years ago. Since then, I've been practicing. And actually, I was so impressed by Dr. Fernandez Kelly's talk about the undesirables, because where I work, I take care of a lot of Hispanics and a lot of African Americans, and I have met families. They have been going to funeral every week from COVID victims. So it is really heartening to hear from you. And today I will be talking about another group of immigrants, refugees, Rohingya refugees. Actually, this is my personal experience, as I'm a founder of Hope Foundation, which I founded 20 years ago in Bangladesh to provide help to the women and children. But 3 years ago, when the refugee crisis took place, I became involved in the refugee crisis. So I'm going to talk about them today. So today I'll be talking about a little bit of their living condition in Bangladesh, as well as what's going on through the pandemic, and a little bit about my organization. The Rohingya people, I think that you probably, all of you know this, that I have heard Dr. Sasson and Dr. Portis mentioned about the Rohingya people. They're the small ethnic group in Myanmar, Arakan state. They have been there for 700 years. And the state was occupied by a Burmese empire, which is now Myanmar, for a few hundred years. And Burma went under British rule for over 100 years. So India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, which was a part of Pakistan, and Burma, all these countries got independence in 48 after the Second World War. During the World War, there were some issues happened between the different ethnic groups in Burma, and the Rohingya people took one side and the majority Buddhist people took another side. So they had conflicts at that time. So after the independence, Rohingya people became subject to persecution. They were not included in the recognized 135 groups in Myanmar. So they were basically deprived of their recognition. And 1982, Myanmar government passed a law by stripping citizenship of Rohingyas, and they became stateless, totally stateless, and they have been deprived of all kinds of rights like education, health, jobs, and they were being called as Bengalis, like people coming from Bangladesh. A lot of Rohingya people left, tried to live to other countries like Bangladesh, India, Thailand, Malaysia, but no countries wanted to accept them. So they were described as world's least wanted people. So here's a map. This is the country that I came from. Bangladesh has a population of 170 million people. And Myanmar is much bigger with 54.4 million. And this is the part of Myanmar, the Arakan state, they call it Rakhine state. Rohingya people actually lived here 1.4 million Rohingya people. And this is a part of Bangladesh, Cox's Bazar, where I was born and brought up. And this is the border separated by a small river. So Rohingya people actually came here and some other places. So this is the big crisis happened. The world watched with horror in 2017, August. There was an event, there was infight, and the Rohingya rebels attacked some police stations and killed 12 Myanmar police on 25th August of 2017. It's over 3 years ago. And next day, the government, and with the help from other ethnic groups, they really cracked down on the Rohingya community by burning villages, mass killing, rapes, torture. The documentation was done by different groups. Average 24,000 people are killed at that event incidents, and the 18,000 women and girls raped. 36,000 people were thrown into fire, mostly kids. I have met many families, the women that have their children got thrown into fire, and 1 million people dislodged from there. Most of them came to Bangladesh, Cox's Bazar. 770,000 came to Cox's Bazar. UN High Commission, the Commission on Human Rights described this as classic ethnic cleansing and one of the worst humanitarian crises. So this is a picture I have taken from Business Insider. This is how they actually came, by walking miles and crossing a river by a boat, and they came to Cox's Bazar. So this is the camp picture. This is how they are living in like bamboo sheds. This is a the aerial view. This area is about 24 square kilometers. These camps. There are about 35 sub camps. So these are some people, as you can see, that there is no adult men. This is a family. Most families are 5, 6, 7. But a lot of adults men got killed, and this is another picture of their living here. So in the camps, Cox's Bazar, as I say, is a 24 square kilometer area, and the population density is probably the highest in the world. 46,000 people live in a square kilometer. Each household in one shed is 4 to 6 people. Most of them are female and children. And in Bangladesh, they are not accepted as refugees. They are called as forcibly displaced Myanmar national, because if you accept them refugees, probably there are some obligation from the government, but they have been given shelter, no doubt about it. And there, as a physician, I have looked at this in this presentation as from the health point of view, as their health risks are very high due to crowded living. They have a lot of respiratory illness and gastrointestinal illness. They are poorly educated. The only 3% or less teenagers have some kind of educational access. They have not been getting healthcare in Myanmar, and so they don't have much of a trust on the healthcare system. They're not vaccinated. They have a lot of malnutrition. They have lack of access to latrines and safe water. And most of them, they have had mental issues because of the trauma they sustained or observed. So healthcare inside that camp, and there are about 5 field hospitals, 340 beds. One field hospital was established by my group, a 50-bed hospital, and there are 36 primary healthcare centers, and 9 of them were established by my group again. There are about 138 health organizations, large and small. The largest one is Doctors Without Borders, and we have a sizable presence inside the camp. So this is Hope Foundation's activities inside the camp before COVID time. We had a 50-bed hospital for women, 9 sexual reproductive health centers, mental health program, neonatal health program, and 24/7. We are the only organization that has 24/7 emergency obstetric care, which is C-section, basically serving the woman who has high-risk pregnancies. And to date, we have consulted 375,000 Rohingya people. So this is when they came. That's how we started our health in August. So they came and they started living in the sheds. So we opened health centers. But this is the tent. Our midwife is checking a woman there are about 40,000 plus women were pregnant when they arrived. This is one of our health center at that time when we started. We started giving services to women and children. And as you see, there is a baby is delivered inside the tent by our midwife. And about within a year, in September, we established this hospital. This is a 50-bed Hope Field Hospital for women. It is fully functional. It has inpatient, maternity, pediatrics, neonatal, surgical services, mental health programs. And so this is our women's section in that hospital. We have two of them. We have two women's sections, is one of them. And most of these women are really, I tell you, their baseline health is not that good. And they have, in addition to their, just physical problem, they have a lot of mental problem because many of them have lost their husbands and their children. This is our 24/7 field hospital emergency room inside that camp. And this is a newborn section, a newborn baby. And these our midwives are giving services to women in that hospital. This is a field hospital waiting room. And as you can see, probably recognize Angelina Jolie. She was there last year and I was able to host her in our hospital. Some of the additional challenges that I noticed that there is a high rate of sexual transmitted disease. That means the Rohingya people are very conservative, and I was surprised to notice that there are a lot of sexual transmitted disease. That means there are a lot of domestic sexual abuse going on. Skin conditions are very high, dental problems, eye problems, mental health problems, and other problems that they don't have any tertiary care level hospital facility inside. So if somebody has a heart attack or a cancer or something like that, they have to go outside of the camp and they're not allowed, and they have to need special permission to go outside of the camp. So when the pandemic happened worldwide and we got really scared what can happen to this camp, there was a study done by groups from Hopkins and said that there may be large scale outbreak possible. And within 12 months, they're probably up to close to 600,000 people can get infected and thousands of hospitalization, and can have close to 3,000 people died from this infection. So everybody got really scared, and we put together along with the other organization like UNHCR, IOM, World Health Organization, and the government and other non-government organizations. We put together these measures because this is really interesting. So we went to a strict lockdown, no people out and in, and inside the camp, the sub-camps, there is also not much movement. So we set up isolation facilities across the camp, did a lot of testing, contact tracing. We trained Rohingya volunteers and set up hand washing stations, thousands of them, hundreds of thousands of mask distribution, and nobody were allowed to go to a large gathering. Because inside their home, it is not possible to do social distancing. There are a lot of rumors also. So like, for example, if somebody gets infected, they'll be killed so they don't transfer the infection and things like that. So we had to work on those things. At Hope Foundation, what we did, we set up a 50-bed unit for isolation. We did about close to 1,000 tests so far. We had 22 positive only, and no deaths in our isolation unit. This is the isolation unit we set over 2 months. I think it was April we completed this unit. So this is our consultation area. This is different from our field hospital, next to the field hospital. This is our inpatient isolation unit, the sample collection area. So this slide, I just want to emphasize on this because some of the speakers that spoke on health issues, like Dr. Fernandez Kelly, she actually made an excellent point about the management. So Rohingya camp, there are 1.1 million people. We conduct over 12,000 tests, only 2.26% positive. Whereas the district where the camp is located, that 2.2 million people, the rate of positivity is 13.6%, and Bangladesh is over 18%. So you can see this is like significantly low, and there is a very low death. Only 8 people died through 8 months of pandemic. The first case was diagnosed March 8th. So about 7-8 months, only 8 people died in Rohingya people is because that the infection was so low. The transmission was so low. Not that they are less vulnerable. So why infection was so low? I think it was because of the following the health advice and the strict lockdown. So the people wear masks, people maintain the distancing, people people the mask as well as hand washing, and they're younger age and a lot of female members of the community are infected, and they may have innate immunity, but we don't know yet. I'm sure some of the public health researchers are looking into it. So finally, my organization, as I said, I started this organization, and it is governed by immigrants. Myself, our board members are immigrant from Bangladesh. And so far, we have set up 2 hospitals, 25 health centers. We run midwifery program, and we partner with national, international organization, and we serve over 200,000 patients annually through our organization. This is one of our another hospital, and these are some of our midwives that we train. We have trained close to 100 midwives, and we have about 50 in training right now. We train about 25 to 30 midwives every year. They go out in the communities like birth centers, and they provide health service. As I mentioned, our objective is to reduce maternal and neonatal mortality, but we got involved in this Rohingya crisis, and we have been able to serve them. So my conclusion is that while the refugees are at grave risk from pandemics like COVID-19, our experience at the Rohingya camp demonstrates that with proper management, health risk can be greatly minimized for the vulnerable population. And also, I want to mention I want to thank Dr. Portes for his presentation. He was, I think the point was, when we leave one country to come to another country, who benefits from it? So my personal experience and the people that I work with, I think that both countries benefit, because when I came to the US, I have been working for a long time as a doctor and taught medical students. But at the same time, I built an organization in Bangladesh, and actually served hundreds of thousands of people, over 1 million actually. And it was only possible because I came here. So I think that migration can be, and most of the time are helpful, because we can, by migration, both countries can be benefited. Thank you so much. Then I will stop here.
Thank you so much. We will now hear from the discussant, Dr. Nall.
Thank you very much. It is virtually impossible to follow Dr. Mahmood, given the humanitarian support and incredible support to the health of the Rohingya and other populations that you're offering through the foundation and directly on the ground. And all I want to say is we will do everything we can from the University of Miami to be helpful, to be supportive, and also to share these incredible lessons learned about how to be able to do the best job possible in providing good healthcare all around. I thought, having heard excellent presentations from Dr. Rambaut, from Dr. Fernandez-Kelly, and as I mentioned, with Dr. Mahmood, and myself not being a sociologist, sadly, by training, but by mistraining, some sort of an economist and public health specialist. I thought that it might be useful if I spent just 1 or 2 minutes giving you an idea of what the world looks like right now in terms of COVID-19, and then sharing a few comments, not specifically about each of your presentations, but rather sharing a little bit about some of what are the leading ideas right now, I believe, in global health related to this pandemic, into which issues of migration and citizenship are extremely important. So let me take just a moment to share content if I can. See? And apologies that these are still in Spanish, but I felt for most of this audience that would probably be all right, and I had them developed so far in Spanish. But these data actually come from, and you can navigate if you're interested. They're from the Financial Times website, which I think is actually one of the best websites for looking at the distribution of this disease across the world. What you see in the pink blocks is what's happened in Latin America and the Caribbean. The gray block is the United States. You've got the blue being Europe and India coming up.
We cannot see the slides.
No, interesting.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
No, that's okay. Green share screen. That's never happened before. Let's see. Done.
Yes. We can see them now.
Perfect. Sorry. I didn't wait for the on button. So let me go back for a minute. So you will see this progression of the disease. And again, this is the Financial Times website, which is available in English. We have it translated into Spanish here. But it's a wave diagram. And there are a number of different pieces to look at here. This concentration in Latin America is about 30% of all deaths. What's happening is in Argentina, the word for it has been inédito. It was absolutely not expected. And I'll show you a little bit more data on that in a few minutes. And then this consistent gray blob, which is the United States, which I believe is, yes, due to issues related to the winter, but mostly related to issues of bad, poor, misguided leadership and policymaking. We're seeing also the situation in India there, which is the red line, and the worrisome increase in Europe, but that doesn't compare to what we're seeing in Latin America or in the United States. One of you mentioned this, I think it was Dr. Rambout, that when we look at the distribution in the proportion of population versus the proportion of cases and deaths, Latin America and the Americas stand out. We have for the Americas about 13% of the world's population, yet close to 50% of cases and 55% of deaths. The estimate of cases is a huge understatement, so I'll focus much less on that than I will on deaths. But if you look at specific countries, it's shocking. Chile is the number 61 in rank in terms of population and the number 15 in terms of deaths. So even the smaller countries of the region, although you don't see a huge number of deaths when you look at the map, when you compare them to population size, it's just shocking. And Argentina is no longer being included in some of the daily global data because it is changing so quickly that we can't effectively measure it, which again is not something that I think anyone had expected from a country of this size. This is the world we live in terms of COVID deaths. So what we're mapping on the left-hand side, you're seeing what a standard world map would look like compared to a COVID death world map, which is somewhat hard to do. But the bottom line is the engorgement of the US and Latin America is truly impressive, and India is going to grow from where it is. And what we're seeing in Africa being so small, I believe, is largely related to age. If you look at daily deaths over time, we see an unusual picture of this, with Argentina now at the same place where Brazil is at. It's that blue line that's been increasing tremendously rapidly across the screen. We are seeing a leveling out in most countries in the region, and to some extent a leveling out in the US. It's just that they are consistently high. And compared to what we saw happen in, you see Italy and Spain, what happened in China, which is so small in absolute numbers compared to how we think about this pandemic. So that's the world map. And the problems are largely concentrated, again, in Latin America, in the United States, and it's largely, though not only, due to poor policy making. Now, if I can stop sharing that screen and go back with you. I wanted to share what I think many of us in global health are beginning to use as a more appropriate, we think, terminology for referring to this pandemic. And we think of it now as a set of layered pandemics. And so the word that's being used is a syndemic, a set of synergistic pandemics, where when they layer one on top of each other, we are speaking about pandemics that are non-communicable diseases. We are talking about poverty. We are talking about discrimination based on race, ethnicity, religion, citizenship, and migratory status. And when you layer one on top of the other, you get this confluence of pandemics, again, that we call a syndemic. It also helps us to see why we got to where we did, because were we to have thought about the world as vulnerable to a syndemic and had looked at the root causes of what would make this pandemic proceed the way it does, as Dr. Fernandez-Kelly showed, with the incredible layers of inequity and discrimination tracing the pattern of the disease, we would not be seeing what we're seeing now. So the projections for February, as we're managing it now, are 2.4 million deaths and climbing. And to date, we have about 1.135 million deaths, and supposedly close to 42 million cases in the world, of which I would say it's at least double that of symptomatic cases in the world. If we think about a syndemic and we think about the root causes, and we realize that what's happening in our world is not only the result of one infectious disease, but rather a set of persistent and prevalent social problems and health problems that have made it what it is, we would think about a number of different responses that they're not only to do with the vaccine or containing the spread of a disease. They're rather about improving the underlying structures that would make people much less vulnerable to this kind of disease. Now, the one piece I did want to signal that I was only able to be with you in this last session, so I may have missed this throughout the day, but I don't think we've talked about gender. And gender in this pandemic or in this syndemic, better stated, is, I think, very unusual, because we see data that suggests that it's actually affecting men more than women. And I want to hypothesize that those are actually misleading and potentially false data. Some of the data that we have from countries like Afghanistan show that the majority of cases and deaths, and now we're speaking like over 70%, are men. But we also have evidence of women contracting the disease from men because they're doing what I prefer to call unprotected caregiving, like unprotected sex, unprotected caregiving with no PPE whatsoever. But then they also are not tested because they're not allowed to come forward, and they don't have access to the healthcare because they're only allowed to go under certain circumstances and only typically with female medical personnel. So we are tremendously undercounting the impact on women of this disease. Sorry, I think we're undercounting the impact of this disease on women, and that we have to be very careful with the use of this statistics. And I'm only talking about the actual health impact related to COVID right then, but there are a whole series of layers of impacts related to unemployment, related to loss of insurance, related to family caregiving that have been highlighted, but I don't think we've highlighted as much that this may be actually caused by women's lack of access to being able to be tested and get access to services. So that was the only piece where I would have asked from a health point of view that we add in that other layer. I want to congratulate you because you are already taking a syndemic approach, which is exactly the approach that we need. That if we aren't thinking about these most vulnerable populations and how the disease will affect them as interacting with their vulnerability, we won't be able to find the sorts of appropriate solutions that Dr. Mahmoud is already implementing. And what we need to do, I think, moving forward is realize that the tools that we have at our disposal, which are not only masks, it's testing, it's tracing, and it's managing outbreaks as opposed to mass lockdowns. And it's thinking about how we can get equitable access to a vaccine or vaccines once that's available through initiatives like the COVAX. That is only going to happen if we think about these layers, we identify the populations that are most at need, and we use the knowledge that we have in very costly ways accumulated thinking about vaccine initiatives to be able to increase access in an equitable and fairly priced way so that we can remove some of these barriers. And then I'll just say finally that there is an opportunity many of us feel to what we're calling build back better. And I wanted to highlight 2 points there. One in Build Back Better is I think we'll finally have much more ability to speak to our finance ministers, to our presidents and prime ministers, those who are reasonable anyway, not all of them, but certainly some who are reasonable, who even the reasonable ones didn't listen to the need for increased investment in health. They didn't listen to any of the investment we had, the evidence that we had about that investment. Well, now they know. So I think we do have a chance of getting increased investment for health. And then we need to make sure if we have increased money for health, we have increased and better health for our money. And the other that I think is going to be incredibly important and has tremendous potential is what we're seeing now in telehealth and telemedicine. We've been speaking for about 10 to 15 years of how telemedicine could revolutionize the way that we could provide cancer care. And we've seen that in some of the poorest communities in the world where there are no oncologists, that you can link specialty care to individuals who are very, very far away through telemedicine. But we've never been able to get over that hump of the number of restrictions that were present in doing that. And we may have a chance now because necessity is in fact the mother of invention. And I think that we have been able to leapfrog through decades of barriers to being able to use technology to bring more equitable access to health and healthcare. So I wanted to end on that somewhat more positive note about where I do see these opportunities to build back better in the face of the tragedies that are yet to come and that many will suffer around the world. And thank you very much for all that you're doing and for the opportunity to have been part of this session.
Thank you so much. We quickly have a Q&A that came in. Hello, Dr. Rodriguez and Dr. Mahmood. Jessica Lawson here. Because it is midday, I have only been able to watch bits and pieces. I imagine the recording will be available and posted. Thank you.
Yeah, I think so. But Jessica is the student who introduced me to Dr. Mahmood, and that was an excellent, very happy occasion. We wanted to include someone coming from the real world, as we call it. And in reality, this has been fantastic, Dr. Mahmood. Really, really thank you so much. And thank you to all the panelists and all the colleagues. I just want to say that. I mean, that really, really made this possible. Volume is coming for sure. Thank you.
And just let me say that the video, I had mentioned it at the beginning, we will have the video recording up at the website of the University of Miami Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas, and we'll share that in the chat in just a second. But if you look at the University of Miami Institute for Advanced Study of the Americas online, it'll take you to it. And we are dependent on Zoom, but within 48 hours, we should have the link available. Although, you know, I have to say, it's probably sooner if no one criticizes the government. And since there certainly was a lot of criticism here, who knows how long it can take before they actually release the video to us. So we'll do our best.
Felicia, Dr. Noh, I really want to thank you for your very piercing and helpful comments. And I want to say that as I was organizing my presentation, I was going to include a whole section on gender. I am very happy that you raised that subject because it's not just what you said, which we should be very attentive to. It's also because, as a matter of fact, the pandemic, speaking about exposing large inequalities, we think that we have made a lot of gains thanks to feminist movements and legislation protecting reproductive rights. But I believe that there's a research project right now that I'm sure someone is conducting, which shows that once push comes to shove, it is women who retreat into the homes in order to take care of sick people and of children who cannot go to schools. This has touched me rather personally in my circle, with young women having to actually give up well-paying jobs in order to take care of children because their husbands are traveling and so on and so forth. So you're right on the mark. And it's a little discouraging, not only because of the present political situation, because it shows also how fragile are the gains of progressive movements, particularly with respect to women. Very quickly, women have to retreat into those domestic and caring work, which is very rewarding, but at the same time, it's not well remunerated. So thank you for that. And there should be in the volume an article on that subject. Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez.
Thank you.
May I just thank you so much for saying that. I knew that you work on that and had it in there. There is research going on, and there's horrific data on what it's meaning for decades of loss in terms of women's position in the labor market. And we have to learn how to harness technology and figure out innovative ways to figure this out. But I think related to that, we're also very concerned about what we're seeing in terms of gender-based violence against women and children because of the lockdown. But this is sort of a blip that sits on a pandemic that's been going on before, during, and after of violence against women and children. And also, I am incredibly concerned about how the lockdown sort of stops people from being able to be part of a movement and protest in the same way. It was March when I was amazed at what happened in Mexico because of the femicides, and within a few days they were all sent home. And so how do we have strong social movements when you have to be in a lockdown? And I'm not sure about the answer to that.
Well, speaking of social movements, I'd like to ask Dr. Nall as well. I mean, the American working class is a very unhealthy group of people, and minority segments, Black and brown within it, have even more of the comorbidities. But on an international level, of American workers are obese, hypertensive, and have all of the things. And we saw it in Elmhurst, in one of the hottest hotspots. The lousiest jobs go to the people who are already suffering from some of the worst comorbidities, which made them then sitting ducks for the virus. So how do we treat the social factors that create the comorbidities rather focusing on the transient symptoms of the underlying social pathologies?
Could I just point out something about who was in the streets in terms of the Black Lives Matter and in the street for months in the pandemic with masks? There was a lot of women, and they were in the front lines facing police and a lot of violence. So I think our concern about setbacks and gender is really important, as well as the disproportionate suffering and dying in the pandemic that we pointed out. But I do think we should look at those social movements too, because that has really been something different in terms of the unity and unity across borders too, that have been expressed by those movements, and putting together very strong movements in support of refugees and migrants and sanctuary, the way Raul talked about, with movements against police brutality, not just in the US, but all across the world. These movements have sprung up, and women have been part of the leadership.
Alejandro, we may want to speak with Mary Ellsberg from the University of Washington. She's doing a whole block of work on social movements and violence. Partly for our Lancet Commission, but it's going to go well beyond that. And I think that could fit very well into this.
Great, thank you. We will now hear the concluding remarks from Alejandro Portes, who is a Howard Harrison and Gabriel Sinderbeck Professor of Sociology at Princeton University and Professor of Law and Distinguished Scholar of Arts and Sciences at the University of Miami. His contribution to the field of sociology encompasses a wide range of subjects, with prominently include development. Dr. Portes has received numerous honorary doctorates and awards, including the W.E.B. Du Bois Career of Distinguished Scholarship Award from the American Sociological Association and the 2019 Princess of Austria's Prize in the Social Sciences. He has published more than 250 articles and chapters on several sociological topics and 40 books and special issues, and has produced several landmark books. Together with Dr. Rodriguez, he is a co-organizer of this event. It is my honor to welcome Dr. Portes for the concluding remarks.
Thank you, Scarlett. You have done a great job, including introducing me twice in the morning and now again, but I appreciate that. But I think that that is a lot of thank yous have been said, and I will repeat them. But before we go on that, I think that collectively, we live in a terrible time, friends. We really live in a terrible time, and we have actually reviewed them in one form or another in the course of the day. You have that is, of course, the pandemic takes pride of place, and we had a whole section dedicated this afternoon. But we have the problem of climate change that had not been resolved and is getting worse. We have the confrontation, the geopolitical confrontation between the United States and China, and we have a terrible government in this country, which is supposed to be the leading country in the world. Now it is in a sense in the nice edge in the days that we are. I think that it attests to the resilience of the human race and of us as people, that we continue moving on and pushing on despite the facts that could in theory lead to people just throwing out their hands in the air and saying, well, I'm going to stay in bed and never move again. Yet we do it, and in this particular day, this 22nd of October, we have come together from many different countries, in different countries and different specialties, precisely to address these issues and that are of great pressing value. So this was not a theoretical meeting. It was very applied and very practical in terms of what is involved in this. Before concluding, that is taking that further, I simply want to again thank my co-organizer Margarita, without whom this event would not have taken place. My assistant at the University of Miami, Maria Brice, that has been helping with the slides. The entire team of the information technology at the University of Miami, which has collaborated with us several times, including in the earlier seminar on May 20th. And above all, the staff and leadership of the Miami Institute for the Advanced Studies in the Americas, and her and the director, Feliz Noll, with whom we have been established a very solid collaboration in the midst and in the teeth of the difficult circumstances that we are seeing today in an effort to maintain, not to forget the significance of immigration, and actually to promote the concerns with immigration and the relationship with development, both in the receiving and sending countries in the future. And finally, to all of you who have who so well and so cordially accepted my invitation to take part in this event, and who have delivered memorable presentations in the course of the day, that that deserve to be recorded, and perhaps even more. There is Margarita has been really pushing for the idea of transforming this series of sessions into a publication sponsored by the Institute, and I think that we will be working on that in the coming weeks. That is not empty talk. I wanted to use the opportunity to say that the book that came out of the similar experience started in 2017 at the American Academy of Arts and Sciences and culminating in a meeting at Princeton University in December 18, and then in a special issue of Ethnic and Racial Studies called Children of Immigrants in the Age of Deportation, which was also the topic for our May 20th webinar sponsored by the Institute at the University of Miami. Is now a book. It's already came out. It's called The End of Compassion. And several of the participants in this seminar were also participants in that one. So I want to use the occasion to inform you that the book from Routledge is out, including your articles, which are now chapters to that book. We hope perhaps that this one, that this event today can lead in the same direction, insofar as it has taken us from a reflection on the relationships of immigration to the development of the capitalist world economy, which it's a very important framework to an update in what the different currents of immigration are now, the rise of new groups expelled not only by political persecution, but by climate change and by the depredations of multinational corporations that are at the core of the capitalist system. So we are covering a lot of terrain that is worth recording. Without having not much more to say, again, thanks to all of you, and you will be hearing from us.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Margarita. Thank you, Alejandro. Thank you, everybody. And it was good
Great
seeing you
presentation.
all.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
It is production
Thanks
of
to everyone.
knowledge live.
Keep very, very safe, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Goodbye all. Sorry that we cannot continue, that is, we could continue the dialogue later on. Just to one last remark to Mahmoud and his remark. Yes, Mahmoud, definitely, you are a living example